Okay, 6 o'clock, this is lovely Tuesday, April 16th. Open the planning board meeting. Roll call, Dr. O'Neill.
Here.
Mr. Bonetto.
Here.
Mr. Friday.
Here.
Mr. Callahan.
Present.
All right. Administrative matters, Mr. DeLuca.
Nothing for the moment.
Okay. All right, approval of the minutes, March 19th, 2024. This is when my English teachers come out. So, Dr. O'Neill, Rupert, what do you got?
Nothing for me. No, I didn't see any, once again, he's doing spectacular work. I didn't see anything I did.
As hard as they try.
Do I have a motion to accept the meeting?
Move approval of the March 19, 2024 meeting.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes 5-0. Okay. Mr. Duke, we have C1 Clark Road subdivision to be continued.
Yes, sir. We have a representative of the applicant, Mr. Murphy, will give you.
Mr. Murphy, we're going to start
staff
charging you
report,
rent or something, or make you buy pizza.
There will not be a hearing tonight, but I'll let Mr. Murphy inform you of the status at
Yes.
it stands.
Before he speaks, I'd like to be recognized, Mr. Chairman. I've made appearances on this particular matter several times over the course of the last few years. I'll be recusing myself.
Thank you. Please note that.
Yeah, I'll get you the
for
phone,
the-
Tom.
Yeah, for the
Okay.
purposes of.
Thank you.
And good evening, I'm James Murphy on behalf of the applicant on the Clark Road.
Can you give Callahan a moment?
Yep.
Thank you. Go ahead.
As Mr. DeLuca pointed out, we are requesting a continuance on this matter. Our application for DEM is still pending. The last communication we got from our engineer was that on April 4th, it was sent to engineering for DEM review. It's still being reviewed at engineering, and it needs to be reviewed by the staff biologist still as well. We're kind of at the mercy of DEM at the moment. I'm requesting a 60-day continuance for a date certain, with the hope that we'll have our DEM application approved by that date.
Staff, do you have any problems with this?
No, sir.
Okay. Anybody from the board?
Nope.
All right, motion on the 60-day as requested by the applicant, not by the board.
So moved.
Seconded. All those in
Before you
favor?
vote, let's go to the date itself and put that date down.
Yeah.
Heidi is right now looking
Scurrying
through her
through.
calendar.
June 18th.
June 18th, 2024. Please amend the motion to say such. So moved and seconded.
Seconded.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Give Mr. Callahan time to saunter back. All right. We have a pre-application review. Minor subdivision, 3 lots with street creation, Plat M, 159A. This is Ocean Road, ownership by Durkins. You're representing the applicant.
Yes, I am.
Please identify yourself, sir.
My name is Michael Zavalia. I'm a professional civil engineer with Commonwealth Engineers in Providence, Rhode Island. And I'm here tonight on behalf of Mr. Durkin.
Thank you, sir. All right. So I gave a brief rundown as to what this is. Would you like to present?
The proposed subdivision is a minor 3-lot subdivision of parcel 159A in Plat M. It's located
Can
on-
everybody hear?
Not really.
Okay.
Outside voice?
Outside voice.
All right.
Thank you.
But your kids are
The
getting in
acoustics
trouble.
in this room is not great.
I will project. I'm going to talk like my wife does now.
We are on air.
Statements of fact, and she would not disagree. The subject parcel is located on Ocean Road. It's opposite the driveway to the Camp Cronin fishing area. It's 1.66 acres in size. It does contain wetlands on the northwestern portion, and the frontage is currently from Ocean Road, and it is presently undeveloped. That is an existing conditions plan of the subject parcel. Again, as I mentioned, we've got freshwater wetlands that have been flagged partly on the site in the northwestern corner, off-site, and there are additional buffers that come onto the property and setbacks associated with all the wetlands. The proposed subdivision of land is a minor subdivision. It consists of splitting up the parcel into 3 separate private lots. Additionally, there would be a private street right-of-way created from Ocean Road to create a private street that would provide access to all 3 of the lots. And the hatched areas on each lot represent the building envelope areas that we would be using. The subject parcel does have access to municipal water. Town of Narragansett has an 8-inch water main runs down Ocean Road by the site, and there is access to that. The subject parcel is not in the sewer area, so we would be doing on-site wastewater treatment systems for each lot. As far as utilities are concerned, there is existing overhead wire between 2 utility poles adjacent to the site, so we would anticipate getting a drop from that and running underground into the site. And the street itself would be a private dead end. We're proposing it at 18 feet wide of roadway surface inside of a 25-foot wide right-of-way. Additionally, because it's a dead end, we will provide a side T turnaround. Will come off near the end of
I
the
don't mean to stop you, but you said it's 18-foot wide, your application says 25 feet.
The right-of-way for the street is 25,
All right,
and the
just the
actual
pave,
road itself.
the
8.
tarmac is 8 feet. Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
Stormwater management at this point, we haven't delved into the particulars of the individual lots yet. We anticipate that for the street, we would be intercepting and treating the stormwater runoff from the road with some sort of a linear measure that would run along the northwest side of the street. That would be designed to conform to state and local requirements.
You'll have a separator in there?
We do water quality treatment, and we've got 24 to 28-inch water tables on the site, so I think we get a waiver from recharge. So water quality treatment and then flow rate mitigation. And I do have the staff report from Mr. DeLuca, so I'd just like to run through the items individually quickly and address some of the things that he raised, and then I'd be happy to answer any questions to the extent that I can with a pre-application submission. Item number 1, the site is designated for moderate to high density residential use in the 2017 comprehensive plan. So stipulated, we are providing a subdivision that is in accordance with the applicable zoning regulations and does conform to the land use for the area. Dimensions, the lot as proposed seem to provide sufficient lot width and area to comply with the R10 zoning standards. That's also correct. All of the lots have been designed so that we meet the required frontage, lot size, and we have depicted the zoning setbacks on the parcels as well. The site is located in the high water table soils overlay and coastal and freshwater wetlands overlay. Wetlands are present on the western boundary of the site. That's correct. They have been flagged. There was a notation in the review notes that the edge verification, the planner was not certain if that had been completed. I spoke to the biologist yesterday. There was conversation between the biologist and CRMC regarding the different buffers that would apply to the wetlands here, because there are a couple of different types of wetlands. And based on his representation, the buffers have been settled. CRMC has agreed to what the biologist has presented. We anticipate that the official letter will be coming at any time, and certainly we'll present that at the next stage of submission. Breakdown of upland and wetland is shown, but will be required to be verified by CRMC at the preliminary plat submittal. Wetland setbacks as shown seem to comply with the new CRMC standards adopted in 2021. That was basically what I was just discussing. The proposed right-of-way of 25 feet is 5 feet less and standard described in Table 1 of Section 13 of the subdivision regulations. However, Table 2 in that section provides some guidance for relief from that standard. The planning board has latitude to provide relief in areas where the roadway will not be extended to serve additional properties. From the standpoint of infrastructure, in this particular case, we feel that less is more. We have 3 lots. There's never going to be a need to extend the road to service any further lots. So providing a private street that's slightly smaller than the typical town standards for a road for a larger development, we feel makes sense in this case. Additionally, the benefit to the town is that it remains private infrastructure. It doesn't become a roadway that the town needs to own, operate, maintain, repair. That would be maintained by the owner. And presumably at some point in the future, a homeowners association. And again, the dimensions of that 25-foot wide right-of-way, 18-foot pavement are in conformance with the guidance provided for private streets like this. Proposed paved width meets minimum standard described in Table 3 of Section 13. Hammerhead as shown will not meet town standard, needs to be extended in one direction by 20 to 25 feet. I did a little drafting exercise this afternoon, and we do have enough room to extend the side T turnaround so that it is a full 40-foot length from the intersection with the main street out to the end. And that's more than enough. I believe that actually is the town standard, and it is more than enough to put a vehicle in there and do a 3-point turn. And it does not compromise the ability of the lots to meet all of the required area standards. I checked that as well. It would require a little bit of adjustment on some of the other lot lines, but we can still provide the full required area on each lot. Utilities. This property is located in an area serviced by public water, but does not look to be located in the sewer service zone. Confirmation of water service availability and a subdivision suitability analysis for OWTS installation will be required at preliminary plat submittal. So stipulated, we understand that. As I mentioned, we do have access to public water in Ocean Road, and we will be developing preliminary septic system designs for each lot as we advance the design. Finally, soils. Soil is dominated by rainbow silt loam. Rainbow silt loam is considered a buildable soil, though it does pose moderate to severe constraints to dwellings with basements and septic fields. The soil evaluation results that we've received all have water tables 24 to 28 inches below existing grade. That's relatively shallow, and it will be a challenge for us as the engineer to be able to provide a design that will work with that, provide adequate clearances, and do what it needs to do. So with that, I would happily take any kind of questions that I can answer, and as well, this is as much an opportunity for you to educate us about what any concerns might be going forward that we need to address.
Dr. O'Neill?
Yeah, the 2 things I would ask you, the staff, the 18 feet is okay with fire marshal, right? The big baby they have now, 18 feet. I know this is the old number, but where is he now?
Their standard is 20 feet under the NFPA standards, but there are allowances for local interpretation by the fire marshal to bring that down to 18 feet. We had a recent one not too long ago where a roadway was being built, and we had this long discussion about was 18, 16 or whatever acceptable. 18 feet was agreed upon in that other case by both the fire marshal as well as the DPW director.
Okay. The other question is, where's the nearest supply? Where you're going to bring water on in from the town water supply? Where's the nearest fire hydrant? You're not going to put a fire hydrant in here, right?
We're not proposing one at this point. If it's determined by the engineering department or the fire marshal that they would want to have a hydrant.
Well, it has to be one within a certain radius for the trucks to pick up their water to, so.
It doesn't show up on your map.
No?
It's not on the map, so we would have to find that, and I do have the base mapping information from the town, I just didn't put the hydrant on. So we would have to check and see if we are within that, at least 400 feet. And if we're not within that distance, then.
Is that your, then your obligation to extend it to?
Yes, if
Yes,
the
okay.
development is not within that radius,
Okay.
we will have to come back.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
George?
Is there a reason why it's 5 feet less? I know it may be acceptable, but why? Why was it necessary?
You're talking
On the
about
right of way.
the street width? Because that's being taken out of the available developable lot area. So every square foot counts. If we have a 30-foot wide, that's 5 additional feet multiplied by the length of the street. That's no longer part of a lot. So given that we want to provide 3 roughly 20,000 square foot lots, that's why we're going for the reduced right-of-way width.
Is that dictated by the amount of wetlands?
Yes.
It's part of it. It's part of it. We have to deduct those wetlands that are on the site out of the total, so we have a little bit on lot A and more on lot B.
So it's that tight? Right.
That's correct.
You said?
Good.
Rupert?
Yeah, I don't really have any questions, just an observation about the water table and the wetlands and, refined septic, suitable septic area, stormwater management area and stuff. I think it's gonna be a challenge.
That's where we earn our money.
Yeah.
That's where we actually earn it. It's not a cakewalk, old school, plenty of clearance to the water table, just throwing some stone and pipe. I would anticipate we're gonna be looking at some innovative advanced type systems here because of the proximity to the water table.
Yeah, I mean, when I was down there, it's pretty wet.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Okay, you said? Tom?
None at this time.
I have an observation. Obviously, at this point, we're just discussing things, but you've stated several times that this is a dead end and no intention of going through. We unfortunately, and even in the short time that I've been on this board, have lived with people who come back who weren't part of the original and now say, we want to do this. You're looking for some relief on the roadway, which is there. We're willing to deed restrict the length of this so it is not, it can never be made a through stream.
I would
And that's
say-
just food for thought. I'm not asking you to answer this, you've got to go back to your client.
Yep.
But I'd be much more comfortable if I knew that there was no chance that that was going through. And I'd be more willing to look at your needs in a different light. Other than that, I got to look at the worst case scenario. And that is we approve you and then something else happens. I've seen it too many times.
Yeah, and once bitten, many times shy. What I would offer is that there are private parcels immediately behind the property that the applicant does not control. And granted, certainly things can change, parcels can be subdivided, ownership can change. So, but I think the probability that that would happen is low, but nonetheless, if it is an element that we can provide that gives you a measure of comfort, then we could certainly discuss it
I
as
like
part of the
comfort.
development plan.
Thank you. Staff?
Only a few comments. Mr. Zavalia, who is neglected to say that he used to work here, knows our regulations pretty well and knows what to expect here.
It's not because I didn't enjoy the time. It was very gratifying and professionally stimulating.
Well said.
Been a fun guy to work with. So I just wanted to point out, he did a great job kind of addressing all the questions I put out there. I wanted you all to be aware of a few things. One is that you were aware of the 25-foot wide right-of-way request, and it is a function of primarily, by my observation, this particular lot A, the building envelope in lot A is fairly small. If this roadway right-of-way gets wider, you cut into this, into the amount of area available for a house. So I understand their rationale. And it'll be up to you to decide if you feel comfortable with a 25-foot right-of-way. Also, I did not hear anything from Mr. Zavalia. They probably haven't thought about it yet, but I would doubt that they would want to be installing sidewalks on this small roadway. And so sidewalks eat up a little bit of horizontal space, but if they're not using that space for sidewalks, could help the rationale for allowing a reduction in the right-of-way width. So, all food for thought. Couple other things. The hammerhead does have to be extended. The obvious direction would be the one to the southeast. We have a 38-foot long fire truck, and we have to be able to make sure that it can navigate. So the fire marshal does pay attention to these things and would, although he hasn't commented on this one directly to me, he would be expressing concern that our fire trucks could be able to get in and out of there in a safe manner. So we'll look forward to seeing that change. Glad to know they already did their soil eval and they got 24 to 28 inch water tables. That is a depth of water that has been approved for septic systems, the innovative OWTS systems in the past. So we expect that that's what we're going to be seeing. I have nothing really else to offer at this time. Just to let you know, the reason you're looking at this is because of the road. Under the new state law, a minor subdivision is up to 9 lots, and if it's on an existing roadway, it would never come to you. Because the roadway is part of the proposal, it will come to you and we'll have a public hearing when the preliminary is submitted. That's all I have.
So for those of you that are here and at home, we have a huge audience at home. We have new state regulations as of January 1. And they call for major and minor subdivisions. It used to be that everything came here. Now anything considered a minor subdivision is handled administratively. So, all right. Redirects, Doctor?
Michael, you mentioned sidewalks. If he's got 25 feet and he's going to asphalt 18, that's the widest sidewalk in the world.
Well, you know, he also has to fit that stormwater runoff, stormwater drainage facility in the 25-foot width.
Oh, gotcha.
Actually, point of clarification.
Oh, that's an easement.
We're gonna call for an easement.
I apologize. I'm just seeing it now.
Yeah.
Yep. So to answer your question, Doctor, yeah, if they were to maybe squeeze the paved surface to one side or the other, they could conceivably have a sidewalk. So we'll see what they propose.
We used to have 30 feet or whatever they were sidewalks up in Quonset. I don't know why, these people marched on them. But most sidewalks that I see today are fairly new. But
I
anyway,
think they have to be 42 inches.
42,
for
is that
ADA.
right? Oh, so we have a number. All right, thank you.
Derek, redirect?
No.
Rupert?
Any thoughts about affordable units here?
To my knowledge at this point.
And Mr. Friday, as you know, minor subdivisions do not trigger the requirement of affordable dwelling.
It doesn't hurt to ask. Sure. Tom?
No, I'm good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will see you at the next
In
phase.
30 seconds.
30 seconds.
I have the next agenda.
All right. All right. We'd like to welcome young Durkin. This is his first run with us.
Thank you all.
We hope you felt unscathed.
Better than last night.
If I could ask for the indulgence of providing a bit of water.
Yeah, go ahead. All right. So the next is also a pre-application review of comprehensive permit major land development plan, 8-unit condominium complex with 3 low moderate income units. Plat V, lot 40 at 649 Point Judith Road. Owner Farley and Gilmore.
Is he going out for drink of water?
Yeah, he's
There's
good.
no cups there.
Oh, great.
That's why I'm on my way. I'll suffer.
So they took away our water bottles.
They took away the
And
water.
then they took away the cups because the cups create trash. So now you,
Now it's, right?
What's, please?
Right.
Front doors were locked.
Over by Steve.
Oh,
Right behind you. That's the one that's
Can
sunshine.
you gotta close the window and then close the shade.
Makes sense.
Steve,
Sidewalks,
I have no idea.
once they used to march, squads and whatever. Did you ever see places before they could walk?
No.
Good job, Joe.
The streets were.
Lane.
Yeah, yeah, I thought that might have been a problem. We're due to get new windows in this building, folks, by this time next year.
That's
It'll
a,
be even more complicated.
No, they're gonna just be double hung windows, believe it or not. Standard.
but this is the EMA that works. We should put that on.
Thank you folks for your indulgence.
I could put down the metal curtain if you want. Show it's right behind you.
You know what, while we're waiting, so did you have to put your mouth underneath and grab the water as it went? We found out there were no cups. Okay. You've been introduced, sir.
It is still me.
Well, I have a quick follow-up question, I'm sorry, I know we've moved on, but are those 3 single-family homes?
That's the idea.
Okay. Thank you. So again, this is a pre-application review, comprehensive permit, and major land development plan. 8-unit condominium complex with 3 low moderate income units. Plat V, lot 40, 649 Point Judith Road. Owner Farley and Gilmore. And representing them,
Michael Zavania, Commonwealth Engineers, Providence, Rhode Island. Thank you. This is Plat V, Lot 40. It's located at 649 Point Judith Road, roughly opposite the entrance to the West Winds condominiums. Their driveway is toward the south side opposite our lot. It's a sizable parcel, but the majority of that parcel is, as indicated, freshwater wetlands in the vicinity of the coast under CRMC jurisdiction. So the envelope in which we have to work is constrained to the narrow section that comes directly off of Point Judith Road back to roughly the point where the lot expands out. The parcel itself, the history of it is that there has been a house there since mid-1900s, 1950-ish. And at that time, and since that time when it was developed, the lot has been cleared roughly up to the wetland edge. It's open grass lawn. Obviously, in this day and age, with new regulations, that wouldn't be allowed. We would have to provide a buffer and setback. But at the present time, we have an existing shed in this area.
Do you have a pointer?
Yes, he does. There's one up there.
This.
a lot has changed since you left.
A lot has changed. If my sons were here right now, they would be mocking me because I'm such a dinosaur. All right, perfect. So the wetland edge is along here. We have development and clearing all the way up pretty close to it at this time. There's even a shed down here. The proposal, because this is under the jurisdiction of CRMC, we're gonna have to go and speak with them. Let me speak more broadly about the project first, and then we can get into the nitty-gritty about coastal. The proposed project will consist of 4 separate 2-unit buildings, total of 8 units. 3 of the 8 are proposed to be affordable housing, low moderate income housing. We would take a driveway entrance roughly in the same spot as the northern driveway into the parcel, There are currently 2 driveways, there's another one to the south. That would get closed off. The driveway itself would come in, we would have turnaround, dead end. We would provide on-site parking, and the tabulation that we have presently, the state law requires 1 parking space per residential unit, all residential units, if the project is an affordable project. So our parking requirement would be 8 units times 1 space each, would be a total of 8. We're going to provide 12 in front of the units, and then an additional 3 for visitor parking, for a total of 15 units. So we're exceeding what the state requirement and state minimum is for this. We're currently calling for a 20-foot wide driveway. And we would create vegetative buffer to the extent that we can, space that we have, between our lot and the adjacent properties. Stormwater management, we anticipate would be something in this large area reserved for it, down toward the back of the site. The gradient of the site breaks from Point Judith Road westerly down toward the wetland. For utilities, the applicants have secured a waiver from the sewer policy. This parcel was not in the sewer policy, or is not in the sewer policy area. The applicants approached the town and requested permission to have a waiver to allow them to connect to an existing private force main that runs down Point Judith Road. It's Mr. James Manning's force main. It goes basically from West Winds up Point Judith Road, cuts him back and gets to his Manning Drive further north. So they have secured permission in principle from Mr. Manning to connect, and they have received a sewer waiver, which means that the development will be able to connect to sanitary sewers. That's critical because on this parcel, if you thought 24 to 28 inch water tables on Ocean Road were shallow, we've got 12 inch to 26 inch water tables on this site. So we are contending with water tables that are going to make it, again, challenging, but we don't have to try to fit septic systems on the parcel. We do also have access. There is a large water main in the shoulder of Point Judith Road on the west side, and we have access and have been informed we'd be able to tap into that. And going back to the discussion I started prematurely before about coastal, in situations, based on a conversation we had with the wetland biologist who did the delineation, in cases like this where we've got clearing that impacts well within the current buffer, coastal resources will often allow you to restore a reduced buffer area. And they often, the rule of thumb is half of what would be required. So this wetland would have a 75-foot buffer normally. We would propose to recreate a 40-foot buffer, and then there would be a setback off of that. And that restoration would include plantings. We would coordinate with coastal resources to get that area of buffer, that 40-foot area, back to a more naturalized state. We do need to talk to coastal about the project, and we'll be submitting to have a pre-application conference with them shortly, so that we can go over their questions and concerns, because this project does also fall within the Point Judith Pond Special Area Management Plan. So there are other requirements and considerations for projects in that area as well that we're going to need to work out with coastal. I believe covers everything. Again, will go through the comments received from staff in the review memo. So, item number 1, current allowed use is restricted to a single-family house due to the presence of wetlands on the site. We are proposing, actually I'm going to go through a few of these because I think they're tied together. Site has slightly over 1 acre of dry land, the remainder is flagged as wetland. Other environmental constraints include location in a high water table B zone, 18 to 36 inch water table depth. I believe there's actually an A zone, which is 0 to 18 inch depth as well on the site, so we've got both. And again,
Mapping just shows the eastern half being a B and the western half being an A. So that was what I put in here, but obviously, for the board's recollection, any on-site data that's provided supersedes anything that's in our mapping. So, Mr. Zavali is pointing out that there's some variability here. He will have to design for that, not for what's in the high water table overlay.
Soils are predominantly rainbow silt loam over the front half of the site, which are somewhat limited for development. Existing silt loam is present in the rear wetland areas, noted is very limited for development. So again, similar soil to what we had over on Ocean Road. It's a hydrologic group C. It doesn't perk very quickly, but it is still suitable for development. It just presents some challenges as far as what type of buildings you can put in, how deep you can go. And in this case, not for septic, but for stormwater management. Anything that we do is either going to have to be very shallow, or my instinct is we're going to do something that will actually be designed to interface with the water table. There are stormwater treatment measures that use that. So I'm thinking that's where we're going to end up. Potable water utility exists along the west shoulder of Point Judith Road and currently serves the existing on-site house. A new larger service line will be required for the proposed development. That's correct. I anticipate that we may need to have I'm not sure what size it would be, but it could be a 6-inch coming in and then tapping off individual services to the individual dwellings. Sewer service was identified as a potential constraint to pursue this plan at early meetings with staff. I think I've talked about that already, so if it's all right, it's a long paragraph. The long and short of it is we do have the permission to tie into the sanitary sewers. The proposal is for a complex of 4 duplex buildings incorporating 5 market rate dwellings and 3 affordable units. 2 buildings are proposed to be 1,430 square foot footprints, 2,860 square feet of gross floor area. And the other 2 buildings are proposed to be 1,320 square foot footprints, 2,640 gross floor area. All units will be approximately the same size. So the northern 4 units would be the larger units, and the 4 southern units would be slightly smaller. And that's partly driven by the constraints that we have down on the southern portion of the site, where this pushes out appreciably further than it does up here. We have a little more room to work up here. Income category for buyers of the 3 affordable units has not yet been determined. The typical process for comprehensive permit projects is that the applicant will go to the State Rhode Island Housing Authority, and they will get a letter of eligibility from that agency. Once the agency has reviewed the project and determined what the income limits would be. That process has been initiated. My understanding at this point is that they haven't completed that review, but certainly we will provide that information as soon as we have it available. Relief required includes density 7 units of the 8 requested, and that kind of goes back to the first item, which was that factoring in the zoning district R80 and taking out the significant amount of wetlands, the lot under conventional development standard would be eligible for a single house unit. Obviously, we're proposing 8 units, therefore the variance would be for 7 of the 8 proposed. 15-acre minimum for a cluster development in an R80 zone. We have 4.2 acres, so that's the overall lot size. We would be looking for relief in the form of 10.8 acres from the 15-acre requirement. Single-family dwellings are required in this zone. We are obviously requesting to develop 4 duplex units. And then we do have some setback relief that we would be asking for 0.6 feet from the front setback here. And again, that's where everything is driving us further up the hill, so we would encroach a little bit over the front setback line. And some side setback relief, about 1.4 feet over here for buildings 1, 2, called building northwest, 2 feet for building northeast. What do we have down here? 22 feet for building southwest, we're well over. And this setback line is noticeably farther in than a typical side setback. That is a requirement, I believe, for this type of development adjacent to residential lots or zone. So this is a wider than what would be typical setback because of the adjacent use to the south. So 22 feet for building southwest and 20 feet because they're stepped a little bit. And as I mentioned, and is noted here, the site is located within the coastal pond special area management plan for CRMC, partially designated lands of critical concern, and partially designated to get developed beyond carrying capacity. So, as I mentioned, we need to go and speak with Coastal Resources, find out what their opinion of the project will be in the context of that sand plan. So, that's everything that I would like to present. I'm happy to answer any questions, again, to the extent that I can at this point.
Dr. O'Deal?
Yeah, two things. We've had proposals in the past, as you know, in terms of affordable housing. And we've had some difficulty with people who are proposing what affordable housing sort of in a secondary kind of a status, category, or appearance. You mentioned that these will all appear to be the same. They'll be obviously slightly smaller, and I assume the affordable housing will be in the smaller units?
That hasn't been definitively set at this point, so I wouldn't say definitely yes or no. What I would say is that that is a concern for Rhode Island housing. They don't want to have segmented areas that are for the affordable housing that are appreciably different and lower quality.
Well, they didn't support us every time that we brought that up, so just for public knowledge, that bunch. So, in any case. The other thing I'd ask you about is parking. The 5 units are market units, and these are 3-bedroom units, aren't they?
Yes.
These are 3-bedroom units. So the market ones, then they would require 15 parking places.
Under the new law, it's 1 per unit overall, inclusive of the market rate.
Inclusive of the market rate?
That's correct.
That's the way the law is?
That's the
Where
way
you
it was
where are you gonna put the rest of the people? I guess, I think you have 3 extras that you have there
We do have 3
on the way in.
on site, that's correct. So
It's a busy road to park along there if you have guests, you know. You might think about it, I don't know, you have crushed gravel in the back or something.
And that's actually something we can look at if we need to. The board's concern is providing additional spaces somewhere on the site.
It's almost a biased comment on their part. They assume people who live in affordable housing who have to go out and get a bank mortgage don't drive a car. I find that interesting thought process, but in any case, do the best you can there.
Jerry?
It's a lot of units.
Agreed.
Less units would mean less relief, correct?
Potentially, yes. Likely, yes.
Yeah, that's my opinion in a nutshell. It just seems to be too many units.
Jerry, you all set?
Yeah.
Rupert?
Yeah, so following up on Doc's question about the distribution, in your memo, in one place it points to 1 building, and in another place it points to 2 buildings, and I guess from my perspective, I think it would be good if they're distributed throughout.
So basically 1 low mod unit in
Varies.
free of the building.
Yeah, and I agree with Jerry's comments about the density. You have by right 1 unit, and you're putting 8 in, of which 5 are a market rate. It's a pretty high bonus density for free affordable. And while you're needing to get a letter of determination from Rhode Island Housing, I think you can propose the level that you want to have as affordable units. I don't think they dictate that, I think.
That's correct.
So,
That's correct.
and I guess, sort of from my perspective, whatever the level is, 120% of median income and is like $135,000 a year. It's, it would be, like Doc said, those folks probably can afford cars, but from my perspective, it would be good.
Better. You gotta pay a mortgage.
Yeah.
You have to get your family out and work, you know?
Yeah, from my perspective, it'd be better if you target 100% market income and median income, just because that's where we need affordable units based on our affordable housing study that was just done. And then the other thought I have is you have 4 acres that were shown in green in the first image there that are not 4, a large portion, 3 acres there. I guess the question is, would you consider putting a conservation easement on those wetland acres?
I would say that nothing is closed or open at this
Yep.
point, so certainly I can take that to the owners and applicants. It really doesn't provide any benefit from a development standpoint, so from an engineering standpoint, I would see that would be an obstacle.
Right.
So we can evaluate that certainly.
Super. I think those are. Oh, the other point I noticed, which was in the comments, it's in the area of the special area management plan developed beyond carrying capacity. So I think that speaks to also the issue of proposing 8 units on an area that by right you would have 1.
I'm going to ask all parties to remember, we don't have microphones tonight, so if we can all project our voices, because the people in the back are like,
No mics tonight.
no mics tonight. You can whisper anything you want.
There's a mic and
So,
there's a mic.
so,
So that last point.
Yes,
oh,
this
land-
special area management plan and area developed beyond carrying capacity now and adding 8 units when you have 1 there now and by right you have 1. So.
My instinct is that a significant portion of the concern from coastal would be the prospect for multiple septic systems discharging into the environment and into the wetland. So given that we've got the ability to tie into the sanitary sewers, I think that concern might be lessened somewhat. I'm not saying the coastal won't have reservations about the project and the density, but I think the big concern they would have would be if we couldn't tie into the sewers and had to try to put in some kind of septic systems.
And putting a conservation easement on it might help me.
Could certainly go hand in hand with alleviating their concerns.
Rupert, you all set?
That's it.
Tom?
Are you gonna build these on slabs?
Maybe because of those water tables. Ideally, we'd like to have some kind of a, even if it's just a shallow crawl space, but the reality is we'd have to build up a portion of the interior of the lot in order to achieve that. So that's when we get into the design a little bit more, evaluating what's the point where we're past the point of diminishing returns of bringing in material to elevate the site, to create a little bit of clearance so that we can have crawl spaces versus having a slab. So I don't have that answer right now. It's going to be one or the other, certainly. With a 12-inch water table in some locations, it's going to be challenging.
Well, maybe not. I'm just thinking about
that and the issue of storage and the rest of it. I agree with Rupert's comments on the distribution. I think the notion of having all the low moderate income units located in one or two buildings is it's kind of inconsistent with the purpose of having low moderate income housing as part of the overall mix. I agree with Jerry, it's dense. I'm concerned about the amount of impervious surface that's going to be there. I'm not sure what plans you might have to reduce the amount of impervious surface, whether that be on the driveways or the rest of it. I know there's challenges associated with that, but I'd like to be sure that those issues are looked at as positive alternatives, so I don't know how you do that. And I think, is your client going to take this all the way through the development process?
My understanding is, yes, we
We're
would
not
be-
looking to sell the entitlement rights once this thing gets entitled, assuming this thing still was to be entitled,
I
we're
don't
not
believe
looking to
so.
sell the entitlement.
I don't believe so. They've not mentioned anything like that. In response to your first comment about trying to manage the impervious area, we're at 20-foot wide driveways. We could certainly inquire about the prospect of reducing to 18 foot for this development. The fire marshal would be amenable to that. We're saving 2 feet of pavement along the width of the driveway, so that's one area that we might be able to.
Reducing the area may present some other challenges for you in terms of some of the things that we mentioned previously about fire apparatus and the rest of it in terms of service to the facility. I just think there are other materials that can be used, and they're not necessarily inexpensive, but it is a tight space. You are looking for a fairly dense development, and thinking a bit about how to reduce that impact would be helpful. Does CRMC look at stormwater issues?
Yes, they do.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Echo my colleague's comments. I have an observation. Someone someone educated me a long time ago when I got into this business that if you go for you need relief on more than 2 things, you're biting at things. All right, you got a list there. So it's a challenge. You know it. You've echoed it. I respect that. A couple things to keep in mind. Because of the sensitivity, water tables, that back area, etc. Anything in your plans to capture the runoff from the units and put them into a water garden or something to do that. The other thing is you're saying that the flow essentially is from the front of the property to the back of the property. So, and you've got that hard top there. Really we'll be looking for what you're going to do as far as, water oil separation, so that those storm events that wash everything back in, and just to protect those. So that's going to be key, and I'm sure that's on your list. Sound thorough. Staff?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Don't have much more to add. Again, Mr. Zavelli did a great job, outlining the proposal, giving you some of the history. The applicants did not even want to come before you unless they had sewer authorization from the town council, which they achieved back in November 2023. A few things to remember. Just as I mentioned in the last application, the reason this is in front of you is A, it's a comprehensive permit. All comp permits come to the planning board, and B, it is seeking density relief, as you know. Whether the 8 dwellings and the 4 structures are viable, I think will be as much a function of how CRMC reviews this as how much you do. Because as pointed out, part of the lot is considered land of critical concern, and part of it is considered developed beyond carrying capacity. Those are 2 categories of land designation the CRMC uses. And they're pretty, they're pretty serious about that. So I believe they were going to have somewhat of a hurdle, an uphill battle with working with CRMC on the density that's being requested. So your points are all well taken, and I think they will be complemented notably by CRMC when that time comes. I will provide you with that information as they share it with me. In the staff report, I just want to point out that the top bullet on page 2 should be omitted. It came from you always start with a boilerplate, and it came from my boilerplate, and it's not appropriate. So you can leave that one. The reference to section 17.2. That's all I have at the moment. I try to, in every case that we've seen of comprehensive permits, we try to find our way to say yes. As we all know, we want to see affordable housing built in this town. The question mark that we have in front of us in every case is to what degree? To what degree can this property handle the development as proposed? To what degree do you folks provide the relief that's being requested? And remember, under comprehensive permit, they do not need to go to zoning board. The relief would be granted by this board during the review process. So to what degree? And I think you pointed that out. I think you've made it pretty clear to the applicant and Mr. Zavalia that there are some concerns about the density, there are concerns about stormwater management. These will be the same questions I believe CRMC will raise. And when they come back at preliminary, there is no master plan anymore for comprehensive permits. So preliminary has to have all the engineering, all the permitting, all has to be here. When they come back, we'll see a lot more technical data than we have right now. So with that, I end my comments and just ask you to keep what's in front of you in mind, and let's see what happens after they've been through the permitting process.
Doc, redirect?
Yeah, this proposal's all 3-bedroom units. In the past, most of the people who came before us were proposing 2-bedroom units. Is the population expanding or what?
Well, 3-bedroom units are, in my mind, are preferable.
Yeah.
Because they are more appropriate for families.
Yeah.
And we are seeking to encourage families to move to this town, as you know. They do generate more traffic. They do generate the need for more parking. So that will be something I think you have to resolve with the applicant at the time of preliminary. But most of the applications, you're right, Doctor, have been 2-bedroom units, and most of those go to empty nesters and young families, which I have no objection to either. But the statistics tell us that we are more in need of housing for families at the moment.
Thank you.
Jerry?
It certainly would help, for me anyway, if I could hear from CRMC first. I don't know how to make an intelligent decision without having them weigh in.
Well, had the General Assembly not taken away the master plan step, you would.
Remember, the rules change.
Yeah.
No, not for the better.
Not for the better. Okay. Jerry? Okay, sorry. Rupert?
I just,
No?
I'm sorry, I thought you were.
No, it's okay, Tom.
Just one last thought. This is way down the road, but I want to plant the seed now. I'll be interested to see whether or not the homeowner or the condo association proposed regulations place limitations on rentals. And the reason I'm interested in that is
On what, I'm sorry, Jim?
on rentals.
Rentals.
Of the property. I come from a community that built 40 townhouses that were to be purchased. They were condo townhouses to be purchased by a group of people. They're in an academic community. They've been purchased and they've been used for student rentals. So I'll be very interested in seeing what limitations your client is prepared to assume with regard to rental limitations?
And, Tom, keep in mind, the affordables wouldn't be able to have to be owner occupied anyway.
Oh, that's a good point, but the others are fair game?
Yeah.
Others are fair game?
That's right.
Can I infer that owner occupied would be preferable to rental?
Yes.
Well, this proposal here that we're looking at says owner occupied, condominiums. And, there are ways to deal with it, there are conduit, there are homeowners associations in town that, for example, have, if you're gonna rent, you gotta rent for 18 months. So there's ways to deal with it.
Everybody step? Thank you. Appreciate it.
Pleasure,
Sir?
thank you.
Yes, would you be allowing,
It's not a hearing, but yeah, you're here.
right, my name's Steve Marasco, and I lived adjacent to the proposed.
Mr. Marska, just so everyone could hear, if you
Yeah.
could just go to the podium.
Go to the podium.
I feel very important.
Well, that way you get on TV.
Well, you are.
Well,
You're a
Thank you.
citizen.
You're gonna be on TV, so if you could
So can
stand,
we go back to the original, what's existing on the
Sure.
plot right now?
if you could stand behind the podium so the camera can get you.
Sure.
There you go.
So, we heard a lot about the project. There are a number of things that we didn't hear. And I think the most important thing that we didn't hear, which we did see in the prior presentation, was the hash mark indication of the building envelope. I'm curious what people think the size of the building envelope is with this project. Mr. DeLuca and I had a conversation about it. I said it's about 10,000 square feet. Mr. DeLuca thought it was a little bit more. Anyhow, you've never seen what the building envelope is on this project, up to this point, as far as I know. When you take out the wetlands and the buffer, it's about 10,000 square feet. Nobody said what it is, so I guess I'm not contradicting. So, on 10,000 square feet in an R80 zone, the proposal is 8 units. Let that sink in for a second. 10,000 square feet, 8 units. I don't know if that makes any sense to anybody else in the room. I'd also like to point out that the sewer waiver was denied 3 times. And it was rescinded by the town council on the 4th go-around to get the sewer permit. And at that time, the town council said, we don't really have to care what's going to happen here because it's going to be up to you guys to decide the number of units, if it should even go forward under the circumstances. That was an amendment made by Councilwoman Lawler as the permission to hook into the sewer was granted. That it could be possibly up to 8 units, and it would be all totally up to you guys. Now, I just heard, well, let's see what CRMC, please don't kick it down the road to CRMC, because it's been kicked to you guys what to do here. And the problem is that it's a small parcel that is of the building envelope. It's in an R80 zone. It doesn't have anything to do with the comprehensive use plan. And it's just too much on too small. There are 2 neighbors here, and there's the 3rd one who would like to have been here, who may or may not choose to speak. I know that the neighbor in this dwelling, if I can figure this out, right here is curious how many feet she is going to be from the proposed buildings. No problem with 3 affordable housing units, but why 5 market rate units on this piece of land? That would be my question. I think it really has to be closely looked at, and I hope you guys will look at that and not just say it's a foregone conclusion to allow a development such as this. Somewhere in Mr. DeLuca's findings of fact, with all due respect, he states there's about an acre of dry land. Well, I stopped by the parcel earlier this afternoon, and there's standing water right in this area on the lot 4 days after the last rainfall. So there may be an acre of dry land if we have an extreme drought. What you have here is a parcel that had a single-family house on it since the 50s.
There's a single-family house there, there's a single-family house here. My daughter owns a parcel adjacent to the property, and it just seems like too much on this very small piece of land. And I really don't see the reason for it. I think if there was a triplex there with 3 affordable units, nobody would have a problem with it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I would
Anybody?
like to speak.
Would you like to speak?
Up to the podium, I go.
Please state your name and where you live.
Martina Marasco, and I live at 645 Point Judith Road. I'm abutting one side of this property.
Just so people know, our standing practice is usually 3 minutes for the public.
Okay,
So
I have no
this
problem
isn't-
with that.
It's not a hearing, so just kind of, but I'd like to keep things brevity.
Okay,
Okay.
so I heard a lot of exceptions and a lot of relief. That should cause everybody concern. We'd all like exceptions and relief in life. So one thing that wasn't addressed very much is the wetlands area. Now, the wetlands are protected by state law. So there should be a much bigger consideration for the wetlands. And if you take a look at this plan with all of that runoff, with all of the hard top area, the pavement, the driveways, all of that has a huge impact on the wetlands. That needs to be considered, and for someone to say they could reduce that buffer area seems outrageous. I don't know what CRMC would say about that, but that's outrageous. Those wetland areas are unique and they are fragile, and that cannot be overlooked. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay. Thank you. I know we don't usually in a prelim, but public's here, and an open meeting. All right,
Thank you.
no problem. Site review, our first site review of the evening is in section D. You have your folder. We're losing Mr. DeLuca. Oh, okay. East Side LLC, Tax Assessors Plat S, Lot 140, 11 Walcott Avenue. The project is, the applicant is seeking request to permit and validate an illegal two-family dwelling at the above referenced property. The project requires variance from dimensional regulations. Hello there. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, my name is Kelly Morris Salvatore, and I represent Eastside LLC. I'm just going to give a brief introduction. I know this is a recommendation to the zoning board. So we are proposing a two-family dwelling use which is permitted in the R10 zoning district. Mr. Chairman, it has not been established that it's an illegal two-unit, so I would take exception to that. You did review this prior to January 1st, where we needed lot area relief, building coverage relief, and lot width relief. But due to the state law changes, we're taking advantage of those because a lot of that relief is no longer necessary, and the lot width release has been significantly reduced. So at this point, 81.89 feet is required for lot width, and 69.54 feet is what is existing. And that's a non-conforming condition on the property. I also wanted to just bring to your attention that under the new state law, there were a couple of standards that were removed that for approval. One is that it was removed that it does not result primarily from the desire to realize greater financial gain, and also the standard that it be the least relief necessary was also removed. The state legislature also clarified that the standard for a mere inconvenience now means that the relief sought is minimal to the reasonable enjoyment of the permitted use to which the property is proposed to be devoted. So we would take the position that a very small number of feet from lot width, again, a non-conforming condition, is such minimal relief to create a more than a mere inconvenience if the relief is not granted. And then, just in terms of addressing the staff report, there was a lot of discussion about the conformance with the comprehensive plan, which is a great exercise, and our planner did the same thing in his report. But I think, as you know, the Comprehensive Planning Act says that where the zoning ordinance and the comprehensive plan conflict, the zoning ordinance directs municipal land use decisions. And that's really all I have.
Much to say. Steph? Want to add something?
Only that we went off of the floor plans submitted to establish that it was a two-family. There were 2 kitchens with a wall separating and a door. And those are the plans that were provided to us. Now, there are other, there's other information out there that hasn't been substantiated. I'm not sure the building official's actually been in the house to verify that. But the floor plans that were submitted show 2 kitchens with a wall and a closing door.
Dr. O'Neill?
You weren't here in 1994, were you?
Here in Narragansett?
Right here in this room, yeah.
Let's see, no, I think I was in law school at the time.
Somebody was here representing the applicant. The applicant was here at that time. Is it the same owner, Minocchio?
No,
No.
No.
Who owns it now?
East Side LLC.
Yeah,
So,
who's that?
I'm sorry?
Who is that?
Who's,
East Side LLC.
it's a limited liability corporation.
So, at that time, the owner suggested, presented to us and to the zoning board that there was a hardship here. This structure had to be expanded, and we went along with that. So, I'm Irish, I never forget.
So am I.
Pardon? Good. So, to come back here, after taking our recommendation, distorting it, creating this structure, which is a public nuisance, police are there regularly, the neighbors are very disturbed by this. You know that. But you don't, you should know that.
Yeah.
No? Well, because the police reports. And didn't we just go through the 3 and 4 students, which I resent using that term, 3 and 4 people, you know, unrelated to the property? Didn't we go through that? And here we have 8 at a minimum. Just, man, I'm going to defer to my colleagues here to talk further, because you can hear it. I am an angry person that this was ever allowed. And now, because of the changes of the law, this should be maintained. And all the neighbors around, what are they going to do eventually? Sell. Because this is a public nuisance. In any case.
You don't want a response to that.
You
yes.
said,
Yeah.
Sherry?
I agree with him 100% with the doctor. I don't even understand how it happened, how you went from 4 to 8. I mean, I know physically how you did it. You split 4 bedrooms and put in the kitchen. So I don't agree with what's been done, and I don't agree with being proposed. So that's all I have.
I think you've probably seen the staff report on this.
Yes.
And so, the planning board and the zoning board and, what was the year, Doc?
94.
1994?
30 years ago. Is it 30?
Yeah.
When you were still in school, yeah.
Yeah.
Approved some variances with a stipulation that this be a single-family, remain a single-family dwelling,
I'm
not,
aware of that.
not a duplex. So at that time, the planning board and the zoning board, their perspective was that this lot wasn't suitable for a duplex. And I think if it came to us without a building on it, with unimproved as a vacant lot today with this proposal, I suspect we would recommend denial of that too, for the same reasons, because of the comprehensive plan and zoning. So,
Yeah, and I take the position that we'd still be entitled to the relief, so.
yeah. And so the change in the law, you have pretty substantial relief before coming to us for a variance as a substandard lot for duplex.
You set? Tom?
Question, I guess, Steve, I'm just curious. You wrote a letter, and the letter, the end of the letter had to deal with the covenant or the restriction and deed with respect to this being a single-family house. And I think you got a response from Ms. Salvatore. And I saw that response. I'm just wondering, I did not see any further analysis from you on that. I wondered if you had an opinion about how she responded.
I will,
You will, okay.
but that's for the zoning board. In other words, that,
Okay.
for you guys, that's really an issue for the zoning board to decide. I'll wait to see their presentation and be ready to give a response after that.
This is my first time through on this one, so I had to absorb a lot of information. And I guess one of the things I was curious about is your client has rented this property since he owned it, since he purchased it back in the summer of '22?
I believe so. I think that's irrelevant, but yes, I believe he has.
Well, I think it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant maybe from this, but there are provisions in the mortgage documents, and there's provisions in, so first of all, there's provisions in the mortgage documents that said he was to live there for a year before it was rented.
Maybe he did. I don't know.
You don't know the answer to that question. I think based on the reporting that we've seen from people who live there, that I have a high level of confidence that he wasn't there, and he's still not there now. The documents also suggest that the property is not to be rented. Is there a rental agent on this property? Does he rent it directly, or is there a rental agent on the property?
I don't know. Again, it's not relevant, so
Excuse me, we'll determine what's relevant here. Okay?
he's asking me to respond, Mr. Chairman.
That's fine, then, and you said you couldn't, that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's part of my response, is that it's irrelevant to this discussion.
Well, again, I just want to clarify a few things, and again, I wouldn't be asking if these documents weren't in here in the first place. On the second home rider that was in here, it said, basically, the agreement requires the borrower either to rent the property or give the management firm or any other person in control over the occupancy. So you can't give a rental, management firm control of occupancy over the property. Is he compliant with this provision?
I have no idea.
All right. So I just wanted to get that information.
I don't even know if I've seen that document.
Well, it's in the material that was provided to the board, including
By staff,
along with the staff report, yes. Yes.
I've never seen it.
Okay, well, you might want to take a gander at it. I guess the last question is,
Yeah, just for the record, that's the attachments to the letter I sent to Kelly on
Yeah, I haven't seen it. That doesn't mean you can
February.
send it to me.
you attach those to the letter that you sent Kelly on February. And the last thing is, the mortgage is for a single-family residence. What is your client's plan if this was converted to a two-family residence? Is he going back to the bank?
I don't know. Again,
All right.
irrelevant.
Well, I'm not sure it's irrelevant. So, in reading your report, let me see if I got this straight. Your argument is if we put a door, a lockable door between the two units, we've created a duplex. Is that the argument, as I understand it?
I don't think that's an argument. I think that's the proposal.
But your argument is if we put a door in, it becomes a duplex.
No, my argument is that we're entitled to a small lot width variance.
For a duplex,
Correct.
which you currently don't have now, but if you put but your argument is we put a door in, you get a duplex.
Well, it's not an argument, it would be a proposal to comply with the building code, whatever that means.
But you need to do that in order to create a duplex. That's the only thing you need to do to create a duplex.
I'm not a building code expert, so.
But that's the representation that's included with your material here, by both your community development report in here, as well as the other reports in here. The report is simply saying, if we put a door, the simple act of putting a door in here that's lockable is going to create a duplex.
Well, I will tell you that my client will comply with the building code when he asks for a certificate of occupancy or a building permit or whatever he needs to make this a duplex.
Okay, do we know whether the walls are fire rated?
I'm certainly not.
But they will have to be if that is a building code
Do we
requirement.
have, but we don't see, I'm sitting here right now. I might be more sympathetic
Mhm.
if I had a proposal that said, we're creating a duplex. We recognize the following things are not code compliant. We recognize the following things, we could improve it in the following ways. What I see here is simply saying, add a door, call us a duplex. It's kind of like, you know what it kind of sounds like to me? If I just think about it, I can declassify documents. If I just think about it, I can create a duplex by adding a door. That's what this sounds like
So,
to me.
Mr. Callahan, let me assure you that when this is granted, my client will apply for a building permit and they will meet all code requirements, whatever they may be. If they need fire-rated walls, they will provide fire-rated walls. If they need another door, they will put in a door.
In the meantime,
We are asking for permission to establish a two-family dwelling use, which is permitted in the R10 zoning district, period.
right, and what I've seen in your document so far is all we've got to do is add a door and we're done.
But the zoning board nor the planning board is a building board of review. So once we establish the use, we will then go to the building official and we will make sure that we abide by all building code requirements, whatever they may be.
Pass, anything further at this point in time?
Okay, thank you. With all due respect, counsel, I went through my old notes. Your consultant's report, I believe it's page 3, stated that the existing non-conforming use, 7 bedrooms, 8 according to staff, dwelling according to, well, he stated 7, staff stated 8, dwelling according to the applicant and floor plan submitted, 2-family duplex, of which has been illegally created, should be considered legal non-conforming use. States there, your own consultant, okay? Also, when this came through and plans came through, there are no corresponding building permits for the increased bedroom, nor the bathroom, nor the kitchen. Now you're sitting here telling us that, well, you'll comply with everything when you get a certificate of occupancy. But you've been operating as a 2-family home without a certificate of occupancy. So, and you state so yourself that you have. In fact, your own consultant states, and I quote, he quotes our definitions of non-conforming use: the use of any structure or land lawfully existing on the date of adoption. Lawfully. Included in the packet, our last go around was the listing for that home. It was listed as a single-family home. Your client bought it as a single-family home, mortgaged it as a single-family home, and then used it as a 2-family home. So you're asking us to make something legal that has been operating illegal, and you're saying, well, if you grant this, and in fact your consultant said at one point in time, by making it legal, all the problems will go away. Well, common sense would tell me that if you're operating something illegal, you're going to want to stay under the radar. Yet, there's no indication that your client has acted in any good faith to rectify the problems with the neighborhood. I question whether or not, and I questioned back when this first came through, why is anybody allowed to stay in that house right now? We don't know if anything's to building codes. We don't know if there's a firewall in here. I think it's negligence that, on the town's part, that we have not intervened sooner than intervene at all, period. So everything is established that this was a single-family home. The zoning board, in their adoption of the variances to allow the two-family home to be expanded, stated there would be no intent to create a duplex. That the house they stated the house will remain a single-family residence, period. That was adopted by then. You're stating to us that we should give this to you because you have relief. Yes, you have state relief, and it's significant. Yet despite that, you need another 15% variance. And legally, we don't have to give you a variance.
You're not giving me the variance, the
We're
zoning
not.
board is.
Yes, we don't have to recommend a 15% variance. And a 15% variance, in any board I've ever sat on, planning board, zoning board, or otherwise, is not insignificant. So you've had your relief, and on top of that, you still don't conform. And the reality is that these things are set in place because of the intensity of the use. Not so much even the density, the intensity of the use. And the intensity of this use, this illegal use, has spilled over into the neighborhood, and it created an issue for the neighbors that your client has made no effort to address. So why, if we make this legal, do we think that he's going to change? I mean, that's just logical. You know, a reasonable person would have to ask that. I can go through a litany of things that your consultant put in that just aren't relevant or aren't real. He states that this will support infill, the expansion of sensitive surroundings, and negative impact on neighborhood character. The fact of the matter is, we have on our reports, police reports, over and over again, about the negative impacts of this illegal development, which I can't see changing if there is a legal duplex there. I just have to look at what has come before will go ahead. Promote sustainable growth in buildings in Narragansett, distinct characters, unique seaside. That's delusional at best. Also, he talks about creating affordable housing and year-round housing. He said, evaluate document positive and negative impacts of seasonal rentals. I see nothing in the document that states that your client is willing to make this year-round rentals. So I have to assume they've been operating an illegal two-family and doing it on students and seasonal Airbnb, I presume, or that's a presumption on my part, although I do think we had a listing of the Airbnb before. So there's nothing here, or nothing indicated in anything that you submitted that they're willing to make this a year-round. So again, just a delusional comment on the comment of the consultant. I can go through this and go through this. You know, the bottom line for me is the legality of this, and that's what you're looking at. One, variances are above and beyond the written law. Even with the new state laws, which are significant relief to anyone, you still require 15%, which is not insignificant. So the hardship, I don't see hardship here.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
I have the floor.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't see hardship here, which is what we need to hang our hat on. The fact of the matter is, This home was advertised as a single-family home. It was restricted in the original zoning that expanded the house as a single-family home. Your client purchased it, I'm presuming in good faith, as a single-family home. So for it to remain a single-family home, there is no hardship here, because there is nothing legal about the two-family home that exists now. The fact that granting the request will not alter the general character and surroundings or impair the intent and purpose of zoning ordinances or comprehensive plan of the town upon zoning ordinance. Again, we have a litany of complaints on an illegal use that have not been addressed by the owner, and I would think would be. The hardship will be that will be suffered by the owner if variance is not granted and amounts more than the American convenience. Again, listed as a single-family house, purchased in good faith as a single-family house, mortgaged as a single-family house with the bank, is operated as a duplex, which I question whether or not the bank would have a problem with that, now that I think about it. And the fact, you talked about the fact that the use may be more profitable, the structure may be more valuable than relief granted. The fact is, your consultant submitted to us 2 legal cases that he stated gave you the legal right, period, to do what you wish. When you go through those cases, and you go through the supporting cases on it, the reality is, they don't. And one of the things in those cases that was critical was the fact that the planning board does not have to make the owner profitable. That is not a profit. That we have to look at the highest and best use, their use. And their use was what they purchased that home for, which was a single-family home. That's my sentiment on this. The floor is yours.
Well, that was a lot.
Mm-hmm.
More than a mere inconvenience is now defined as the relief sought is minimal to a reasonable enjoyment of the permitted use to which the property is proposed to be devoted. And also, there's no longer, you were using the words, it's not insignificant. That's not part of the standards. And they took away least relief necessary. This is a non-conforming condition, and that's what the hardship is, actually. The hardship is the fact that we don't have enough lot width. That's it. That's the hardship. I frankly don't remember everything you said, yeah, I mean, I think we're entitled to this relief, so we're just looking for your recommendation. I'm not here to debate everything with you.
Nope, that's fine. Frankly, if this was a vacant lot, I'd have a hard time. But, anyway.
And I think we'd still be,
Staff?
we'd be entitled to the relief, so.
Defer to Jill.
No, we want to redirect. Mr.
Go to
Chair.
staff first and then I'll redirect.
All right.
Any other thoughts, Jill?
No.
Okay.
No.
Dr. O'Neill, redirect? Anything? Follow up,
As I
rather?
said, my follow-up obviously is very negative for this proposal for all the reasons that you've described. Is in the staff report and the comments that I made that this is a single-family home, and it's just, I realize what the attorney's trying to present, but it's unbelievable that it reached this point. I mean, it's beyond reasonable. Okay.
Jerry?
I saw the photos with the parking, or I should say the lack of parking. How is that going to be resolved? There's still going to be parking on the lawns. You have 8 bedrooms when you should only have 4 bedrooms, if I'm not mistaken. So now you want us to approve 8 bedrooms, and they have no place else to park but on the lawn.
So we're not asking you to approve 8 bedrooms, we're asking you to approve a duplex use with a variance for lot width, and that's it. We have the required parking on site. That we have the required parking. There's nothing, it does not no one's challenged the way it's tandem parking like that. I don't think there's
Well,
anything in the
yeah.
regulations that require spaces to be next to each other. If that's something, if you wanna give us a positive recommendation, we'll add a couple spaces this way, we'll do that. But we would think that you'd want more green space in the front. So the parking spaces are there, 4, and then 4
I
on the
think
other
the
side.
point is, council, the parking spaces are there.
Yes.
This goes to the negligence of the owner. They don't use the parking
That has
spaces.
not been established.
Yes, it is, there's pictures of it.
Yeah, but we're not in a court here.
I'm not asking you, I'm just pointing out, perception is stronger than the truth. And what I'm pointing out to you is that one of the things that we're looking at is the impact on the neighborhood.
Mhm.
And the fact of the matter is, this has not been a good neighbor.
Mr. Chairman.
And there's no indication in our minds, based on the actions of the applicant, that if we would turn this illegal use into a legal use, that any of this is going to change.
Yeah, so
Okay.
I do not concede that it's an illegal use. None of that has been established. And we comply with everything in the zoning ordinance except for a small lot width variance.
Okay. I would point out again that your consultant stated it was an illegal use. So, and, you know, the small lot variance, we can debate whether it's small or large. Jerry? Rupert?
I mean, just my observation that the property owners blatantly disregarded the law and is now asking for forgiveness. So asking for being okay.
Tom?
I guess it's, in conclusion, this is not a serious proposal in my mind. If the owner was serious about asking for this board to recommend to the zoning board that it approve a variance that would allow for a two-family to go there, we'd have a much more substantive proposal in front of us. The notion that putting a single door between the 2 units, poof, and magic makes this all of a sudden a duplex is simply nonsensical. I just can't support it. If you go through the standards of review that we're required to go through, I see at least a half dozen of these things where it's not up to the standards of review. And I think from any number of vantage points that I'm not in a position to recommend this to the zoning board.
Can I mean, at this point, may I suggest someone make a motion rather than?
Yeah.
Well, we're not at that point. I still got public input into this, so, thank you, but I agree with you. We're getting there. Anybody from the public wish to speak on this?
What do you have, a date? You have a date?
You're my date tonight,
No.
Don, let me tell you. I've worked this.
That's what he spent all week, Don.
So-
It's Gansett week for me, so.
So we have, nobody that would like to speak. So,
I thought this-
I didn't see anybody's hand go up. No. So,
Mr. Chairman?
all right. So before us,
Wait a minute,
hold
Mr.
on,
Chair.
I want to clarify. So before us is a question of relief, section 6.4, okay? It's a 14.95% relief on street frontage. So does anybody have a motion in the positive or recommendation for this relief?
Oh, you want the comments first?
Thought we just did comments.
Right.
Mike is-
Oh,
Don't forget, this is site review, you first have to do completeness and compliance with
that's
comprehensive plan
okay,
before you make recommendations.
right. Thank you.
Are we gonna get that past the comprehensive plan?
That's where they decided to make. Anybody have a, so first, motion to, go ahead.
So, I certainly would move the application is complete, because staff tells us that the application is complete, but it certainly doesn't comply with the town comprehensive plan.
Okay, so that's your motion. Do we have a second?
It is, yeah.
I'll second that.
Okay. All those in, so the motion on the floor is that the packet is complete, but is not in compliance with comprehensive plan. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, so it passes 5-0. Okay. Again, to Yep, to the notion at hand, and that is the request for dimensional relief from section 6.4, street frontage. So 69.54 feet versus the 81.89, which is a 14.95%. Do I have a motion
Well,
in favor, or?
You want to comment before a motion?
No, I have a motion.
okay.
So make your motion.
Mr. Chairman, I have a motion, I'll give it a try. I have a motion regarding 11 Walcott Avenue, East Side LLC, tax assessors, plat S, lot 140, and recommend denial to the zoning board for relief requested of 12.35 feet in lot width variance. And notably, this variance is required even though the project, this has already been discussed, has already had significantly reduced lot width standard because of new state law provisions that treat it as a substandard lot for duplex. This motion incorporates the findings of fact, comments, and discussion from the April 10, 2024 staff memo from Jill Sable to Mark Brady, including detailed discussion about the lack of consistency of the proposal with the comprehensive plan, and extensive review and dispute of the applicant's consultant report from Pimental Consulting regarding this project. The motion also incorporates the response letter from Wayne Pimental, building official, dated February 7, 2024, to Kelly Morris Salvatore. The board finds that there's no hardship justifying a variance. Evidence in the record documents that the applicant knowingly bought a single-family house and subsequently operated it illegally as an unpermitted two-family dwelling, and that if the variance is not granted, the applicant can continue reasonable enjoyment of the permitted use as a single-family dwelling that they purchased. In the zoning board decision recorded September 20, 1994, the zoning board acknowledged the planning board recommendation that there be no intent to create a duplex, as Doc has mentioned. That recorded zoning board decision stipulates that the house remain a single-family residence. Thus, in 1994, the planning board and the zoning board both decided that it was not appropriate for this lot to be used for a two-family dwelling. Further, the ordinance regulations in 1994 would have required a lot with relief for two-family use, the same form of relief requested by this applicant. If the proposal were brought before the planning board today with a vacant lot instead of the existing improvements, the board would recommend denial of the variance for construction of duplex because we agree with the decisions made in 1994 that this lot is not appropriate for a duplex based on the town's comprehensive plan. The board finds that the existing use of the property is not an existing non-conforming use because the existing conditions with 8 bedrooms, 2 kitchens was created illegally without building permits and counter to the stipulation established in the 1994 zoning board decision that the house remain a single-family residence. The board finds that granting the requested variance will alter the general character of the surrounding area. The adjacent properties are occupied by single-family dwellings, and if the variance was granted, it will impair the intent and purposes of the zoning ordinance and Narragansett's adopted comprehensive plan upon which the zoning ordinance is based. The SABO's report provides details of how the project is not in compliance with the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan and therefore not meeting this specific standard for variance. And the board finds that the applicant has not shown that the hardship will be suffered by the owner if variance is not granted, which amounts to more than a mere inconvenience, meaning the relief sought is minimal to reasonable enjoyment of the permitted use. The permitted use is a single-family dwelling, which the applicant knowingly purchased and can be enjoyed without a variance. The owner may continue to enjoy this use. The board finds that the primary basis for the request before us is to increase the value in seasonal and short-term rental property, which is not grounds for relief as supported in case law presented by the applicant's consultant. nor is it providing additional seasonal and short-term rentals consistent with the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan. The board also finds that providing the variance does not provide compatibility with surrounding land uses and protection of adjoining properties from any adverse impacts. The documents on record that the neighbors have been having ongoing adverse impacts from illegal use of the property as a two-family dwelling, and the package of complaints and responses is long. The lack of response of the applicant to the concerns of the neighborhood will, we find it hard to believe, due to the lack of response of the applicant to the concerns of the neighborhood, we find it hard to believe will change going forward. The board finds that the site is not suitable for the proposed use as was determined in 1994 and recommends denial of the variance. The board finds that there are alternatives to the proposed project. The owner should be required to restore the dwelling to the permitted use as a single-family dwelling that they knowingly purchased.
Do I have a second on the motion?
Second.
All those in favor?
Mr. Chairman,
Any
before
discussion?
you call the question.
Yep, sorry.
This is, as you know, pretty long and well thought out. The only problem that I have with this language is to presume what the board would do if a two-family proposal would come forward, let's say just to knock that house down and to build a two-family home on a responsibly designed, owner-occupied, consulted with the neighborhood. I think it's presumptuous to say that.
We can strike that.
I can
I think that's valid.
modify the proposal.
I think that's valid. All those in favor of modifying?
Aye?
Yep.
So we'll call the motion with modification. Okay? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Unanimous? Thank you much.
Thank you.
Anybody need a bathroom break? Okay, I'm gonna call 5 minutes.
Thank you. You're faster.
Yep.
All right,
Are we on, Ray? We're on.
we're on.
Mother
Heidi
Heidi,
waited.
Mother Heidi, thank
Heidi
you.
waited. All right, welcome back, folks. We are taking up Gilbertson, tax assessor's plat M-167, lot 98, 33 Shore Road. This is Breakwater Village. Proposed is to construct a 22 by 25 foot, 2-bedroom, 2-story. So we're gonna knock down an irregular shaped 30 by 14 1-story dwelling. Existing building lot coverage is 404 square feet, 28%. We're gonna construct a 22 by 25 2-story, 2-bedroom, irregularly shaped, single-family dwelling with a 5 by 20 2nd-story sun deck and a 2 by 7 portico. Proposed building lot will be approximately 577 square feet, which is 40.3%. Okay. This has been approved by Breakwater Village.
Yes.
Yes. Hello there.
Hello, Chairman, members of the planning board,
How are you?
I'm well, thank
Can
you.
you introduce yourself to us?
Yes.
Let us know your role and then give us your best.
Okay, Gail Halleck's here from Gail Halleck Architect Incorporated, and I'd also like to introduce Matt and Debbie Gilbertson, who are the owners of the property, and I'm their architect. So, as you heard, we'd like to tear down this 1-story aging house, which actually has two encroachments on setbacks. Oh, of course, mine doesn't work. That's what this
Yeah,
does.
you can use this one. Oh, yeah.
Here's one. Yeah, okay, there's a coastal setback here and then a rear yard setback there. And so we're going to be tearing down and building new. But the proposed footprint is going to be quite a bit smaller than what they enjoyed with the original house. But they would like to, upgrade the house, make it, more compliant and create a much nicer house, which is, looks good in Breakwater Village. So we have here, this dark line here is the CRMC setback, and that's the rear yard setback, so we're going to be complying with those, again with the side yard setback here. There is one that we are not complying with, which is this side, because of a little hood over the front door that we have. So, thank you. So, basically, it's similar to a lot of other projects that I've done where we comply as much as possible. We're actually, because of the size of the lot, we're actually below FAR here. And we also have a sun deck on it, which is overhanging that coastal setback, but that should be, that should not be a problem with coastal, because it's a sun deck that is also got space decking on it. That's also a requirement of Breakwater Village to have spaced decking on these sun decks that are overhanging. We don't want to have any idea that this might eventually go into FAR, so we're complying with both of those. What we do want is this is the side, this is the door, it's the main entrance to the house. Could we have the floor plan?
Sure.
Yeah, there we go. So we have, it's a teeny house. It's a lot that's, it's only 1438. I can't remember what we're allowed, but it's like this teeny amount. 577 square feet is the coverage. So, and then the second floor, of course, has to be 40% of that. So we've squeezed as much as we can into this tiny lot. We have the master bedroom on the second floor, walking out onto the sun deck. But everything is miniature. We could go back to the first floor again, please. So the kitchen is teeny, the bedroom, but this door here is, the one that they'd like to use. In fact, it is pretty much the only door to the first floor. And they'd like to have a hood over it, so they have some protection from the weather. Because they're not gonna get any protection from the weather here, there's no door anyway, because that would go right into the middle of the living room, and the eating nook can kind of be in an inconvenient location. So the side door is a great location here, because it goes into all of the main, places that you would want to enter. So that is our biggest relief we're asking for. We're asking for also the special use permit from the Coastal Resources Overlay, section 4.4, and that's the variance from the dimensional regulation, section 4.8.1.5, and a special use permit from the Breakwater Village Special District, section 4.8.16C. So yes, thank you, that's great, yeah.
I was reading your mind, yeah.
Thank you, yeah, so this is the side that has that entrance, and there's the little door hood. And what we tried to do was just poke it out a little bit beyond, so because of this, the size of the second floor, this is actually set back. All of the walls on the second floor, except for the rear, is set back 1 foot into the building footprint. And so this little hood, we tried to keep that as intrusive as possible. That's why we've got it supported by brackets. We've made it as small as we can, and so that's our big ask. So the rest we will be. We're going to, let me see. We're under the FAR. We've got the correct size for the deck. We've got the height is below the required size. We've got the two 10 by 20 parking spaces for the 2 bedrooms. We're staying back of the coastal setback. We've been approved by the Breakwater Village Architectural Review Board, and we will create the house in strict conformance with the site plan and in substantial conformance with what we've presented here, and we're obviously going to need an assent from CRMC, and we will be adhering to the engineering department conditions, and we will be reseeding the parts that are disturbed. Actually, this black, that's just sort of just to indicate where that parking is, but the actual patio that we've got is the brick, and that is pretty much where it is now. So we kind of just re-put the patio back. We are below the hardscape, I think, requirements. Yes, good. And we'll be submitting the comprehensive erosion control plan if we haven't already. So I think that's the end of my presentation. Any questions?
Dr. O'Neill.
Yeah, it comes down to this right there.
Exactly.
So how far does that stick out now?
It's about, I think 1 point.
I think it's about 2 feet.
Almost 2 feet, yeah.
It's 2 feet?
There it is,
So what your staff is suggesting, if it was 1 foot, we wouldn't be in conversation, right?
Right.
Here it is,
Why
yeah.
not make it 1 foot?
Just because it's kind of hard to stand under 2 feet, let alone 1 foot, and be out
Well,
in the
yeah, 2
weather.
feet isn't gonna, if you're
Yeah.
standing there, you're gonna get wet. Maybe you're pretty tiny, but if I was standing
Thank
here, I'd
you.
get wet. No, I know what
Yeah.
you're saying. What you
Yeah.
wanna do is to give some protection,
Yeah.
coming in the door. I understand that.
Exactly.
But, again, those, the word hardship, you've heard that if you were in the audience. Well, no, getting wet is a hardship, but,
Yeah.
when you have the aesthetic feature, you'd still have that look, in terms of the entrance, but functionally, unless that went out another foot or so, you really don't get much function out of it.
She should
Protects
ask
the
for
door.
another foot. Yeah,
Protects-
that's right, I'm gonna ask for another foot.
No, it protects the door a little bit in terms of the wonderful storms we have. Well,
Amy,
even-
go out in the hallway.
It's, yeah, even there, it's up a little bit, so I don't think you're gonna have much protection of the door itself, up this high, whether it's 1 foot or 2 foot. I mean,
Yeah.
you have to come out, fair amount to protect the door and protect the people standing there with their key in the lock, you know, trying to get in a rainstorm. So I agree with the staff. I mean, it's an aesthetic feature which looks good, but it's non-functional at that size. And so I think we make it a foot, and so you get the aesthetics, but again, a non-functional item, but it removes any of the
Yeah.
hesitations that I would have in terms of supporting it. You did a great job
Thank you.
architecturally, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, this soffit here is about 8 inches, so if I pulled it back to 1 foot, I think I'd be another 8 inches out, so it might not even be worth doing, I don't know. Do you have any comments?
It's an architectural feature. I mean, I'd like them to say, yeah, we think it's a great idea.
Yeah, because it is an architectural feature. It does break up that side. I mean, this drawing makes the whole house look a little bit more vertical. I think it got squished when it got, put on the screen here. But it's actually a wider building, and it does provide relief along that side.
Dr. Youssef?
Yep.
Sure?
No harm, no foul. I think it does have aesthetic appeal, so I have no problem with the 1 foot, the additional foot.
Rupert?
Yeah, I'm with Jerry on this. I know the required 5-foot setback is the fire standard thing, but I think this is on the roadway. I don't think it's going to be a fire hazard.
Right. No.
You set? Tom?
That faces east, is that right?
From the deck here faces south, yeah, so that faces
That
east.
faces east.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem as it stands.
So, I'll get the floor. So, this has already been approved by Breakwater Village, correct?
Yes.
Okay, with that bump out?
Yes.
Even though it violates their setbacks, they've
Yes.
approved. Again, I think it would look like a box without it. And it certainly would not protect my petite little body. But, you're standing there trying to open the door, you got stuff in your hands or whatever, any little bit of relief helps, but I have no problems with it. Staff?
Gail makes my work nice and easy.
Anybody in the audience want to speak to her against? Would you folks like to say anything?
You're just gonna go with the flow here.
Very good. Amy coached you. Okay, do I have a motion on this?
Sure. Move the application before us is complete. Tax assessor plat M 167 lot 98 is complete in conformance with town comprehensive plan.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Ayes have it.
There you go.
All right.
You need the application itself, right?
Yes.
All right. So move the application before us. Gilbertson tax assessor plat M 167 lot 98. Positively, my colleagues have convinced me this is a wonderful idea. With the staff recommendations dated April 10, 2024. Anything else anybody wants to add to my motion?
I think,
Jill?
Phil?
Don't forget about conditions.
Yeah, I was going to ask, are you aware of conditions?
Yes.
All right, you're fine with those conditions?
Yes.
Okay, so,
With the conditions mentioned,
Yes.
yeah, in April, the correspondence dated April 10, 2024.
do I have a second on that motion?
I'll second that.
Very seconded it. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? The ayes have it. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
We got another step.
Yeah.
Okay. Next. I have Murphy 207 LLC, tax assessor plat E, lot 102.
Good evening, everyone.
How are you?
I
am fine, thank you.
So-
How are you?
Can you introduce yourself to us in your role?
Yes, my name is Laura Krikorian. I'm an architect from Wakefield, and I'm here tonight to present the application for Murphy 207 LLC.
Okay. Thank you. So as I understand it, you're looking to demolish the existing 25 by 38 foot irregular shaped 3-story dwelling?
Nope.
Nope.
Garage.
Oh, the existing garage, excuse me. Attached garage with a 17 by 16 wooden entry ramp. Demolish a 6 by 8 rear yard bump out, existing portico, stairways, and existing dwelling. Construct a 21 foot by 15 foot detached garage with an attached 4 by 6, 4.6 by 4.6 ingress, egress deck with stairs and an attached 5 by 5 outdoor shower. Construction of a 28 by 10 rear yard addition with the existing dwelling and an 18 by 10 rear yard deck with stairs and an 8 by 29 front porch entry with stairs. Construction of a 93 foot by 10 foot paved driveway. The proposed building lot will be approximately 2,110 square feet or 24.2%. That's up 4%, approximately 4% from the existing. Am I correct?
You are correct with some corrections.
Yeah. Would you
If I
would
may.
you like to fill us in?
You are mostly correct.
I tried to get the Reader's Digest version in. Let you do the rest.
Okay, so, yes, we are here to demolish an existing garage and rebuild an existing garage. To, just to clarify, in the project summary, it does reference the renovation and addition of the existing house and portions of the existing house. When we originally submitted for this project in October of last year, it was one complete project with the garage and the house as one application. When we realized that the garage was going to require a variance in order to rebuild it in the same location, we decided to separate the two into 2 separate permits. So the house is a completely separate permit application at this point. It does meet all of the zoning requirements that it needed to meet, and that permit is actually all ready to go in the town hall, waiting for a contractor to be assigned to the project. It isn't under construction yet, but the client has selected a contractor just yesterday. So that part of the project could very well go under construction prior to this even being approved. So the package tonight that you're looking at is really only for the demolition of the existing garage shed structure that is there today and the rebuilding of that structure.
And the reason why?
So the reason, I'm going to tell you.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I'm getting there. So when we studied the existing structure, it is a 2-car garage that has a large wood ramp in front of it. It has a wood floor that's about 30 inches above grade. This property is unique in that it has been there for just about 100 years, the house and the garage. Although this may have been a stable, or there were even some suggestions that it was a chicken coop at one point. But both the house and the garage have been there since at least 1920 that we have record of. So they were both constructed prior to any kind of zoning regulations, and there is evidence that this garage structure was right in that north corner of the property, aligning with the existing driveway. When we studied the structure of the garage, because we originally wanted to just renovate it, we found that the piers, some of them are missing under the floor. They are masonry and stone and a series of different bits of crumbling material. The floor system itself is not in very good shape. There is a lot of rot, especially in the floor framing. The wood ramp is cumbersome, and even trying to drive a car up it is a little risky. So we really especially wanted to be able to remove the wood ramp and just have a concrete floor in the garage. to just try to drop the structure down. It wasn't in good enough shape to be able to do that. So demolishing it seemed to be a much better opportunity, especially in terms of trying to meet today's wind loading requirements, uplift requirements, and structural requirements that we have here. So the decision to demolish it was for those reasons, because it is in pretty bad shape. When we did look at that opportunity, we decided that we didn't need the large two-car garage, which it is today. So we did take that opportunity to reduce the size of it and to remove the ramp. The ramp is about 270 square feet of coverage that we removed from the lot. The existing structure was 18 by 20. We're proposing a 15 by 21 structure and just a single car bay. With the narrower width of the structure, we were able to shift the northern side of the building further away from that north property line. I think we were about 4 feet to the property line on that right side. Now we're just over 7 feet. So we did shift the structure. If we were to shift the structure further to the south, it would start to overlap the house. It is in alignment with the existing driveway presently, and we really still want to be able to drive into the structure. If it starts to overlap the house, it gets very tricky, especially as you narrow up the front of it, to be able to drive into it. When we removed the ramp, we were also able to shift the structure a little further away from the rear property line, and but in doing that, it was really important for us to be able to keep the structure where it is in that corner, and that was a big part of the project for my client, because she really wanted to be able to maintain the access into the rear yard just the way she has now. I think currently there's about 6 feet from the corner of the ramp to the corner of the house, and we have a similar dimension that we were proposing with where we placed the front of the proposed garage. There also is a second floor on the structure. The first floor would strictly be for pulling a car and storage of vehicles. The second floor is proposed as an open family room space. The Murray family has a lot of kids, and they come to visit their mom every summer, and this was an investment in family. This whole property, they own the property across the street. So and some of their kids come and stay for a while. A few of them have work from home jobs, so this was to be a flexible space where they would have the house for the family to stay in, and this would be a separate office space, a quiet place for them to work a few hours and then go to the beach with the kids. They also have some teenage kids that were looking for an open kind of TV game room that they needed on this property, where they could watch TV that isn't the same thing that their parents are watching. Or play video games, or have a game table or a puzzle table. So that space on the second floor of the garage was really for family activities. In the existing house, the layout is an open kitchen, dining, living, and then there are bedrooms on the second floor. There isn't a separate family room, a separate TV room. There isn't a space like that, so this was really what that space was for on the second floor. And that was why we needed to add the access stair on the rear of the building in order to be able to get up to that second floor. So the location of the structure on the lot, keeping it in that north corner of the lot, was really important to the client. First of all, because it's been there so long, but also in terms of not disturbing more of the lot. We did reduce the size of it, so it will be a smaller footprint, but we didn't want to have to disturb the whole rear yard. If we were to pull it forward, we start to encroach on the existing windows on the existing house, and we didn't want to cover up any of those with the garage. So really keeping it in that location was an important feature of the project. With the look of the structure, we did keep it as a simple gable. The little gable dormers and match some gable dormers on the house. The slope of the roof matches the house, so we did take cues and clues from the house to try to have the two have a little dialogue and look like they belong together. There is a little shed roof overhang on the house. We've mimicked that with the shed roof overhang over the door into the structure. And we also tried to minimize the height request. When we designed this structure, we were using last year's zoning requirements, which would have allowed us 18 feet of height. If we were to reduce it to 16, we wouldn't have the second floor space. The existing structure, I will note today, is 16 and a half feet to the peak. So we already are over the height restriction with the existing structure. But we also worked hard to reduce the floor to ceiling height in the garage and the floor to ceiling height on the second floor. I think we have 7'6" in the garage space, which just fits the 7-foot overhead door. We were not asking for an 8 or a 9-foot overhead door. And we also have 7'8" clear just in the center part of the gable for the floor to ceiling height in the second floor. So minimizing the request, but we were looking to keep this 17'11" to the peak so that we could have proportions that look similar and meet with the house itself. I'm considering the condition of the existing structure. It would be more than a mere inconvenience if we weren't allowed to rebuild the structure because it isn't really usable, especially not for a car. You really couldn't pull a car up the ramp and into the building today. And I feel that keeping the sloped gable roof that's similar to what's there today, we're not changing a lot about what the neighbors from behind might see in terms of their view or air or light. So I feel like this is the minimum that we could request to enjoy the property.
Okay, thank you. Doc, comments?
Yeah, the legal height for separate garage is 18 feet. 16? I thought it was 18.
It's changed.
It's changed, yeah. It changed with the new regulations.
So Dr. O'Neill, this application is coming in under the new 2024 regulations, and the height has, for accessory structures, has been decreased from 18 feet to 16 feet.
You recall the lengthy discussion we had about the implications of having the legal requirement to allow modifications up to 15%. And we went through that. You as a group decided you wanted to ensure that we weren't getting excessive height, excessive setbacks. So we drafted the ordinance that would reduce all those standards by 15%. And that's where the 18 feet now is down at 16.
So
Town council approved that.
So if they request the 15% variance, it goes to 18?
They're going to be at 1711?
The 1711, I believe, is around 12%. So it is under 15%.
It's under 15%.
Yes.
So that's the first thing I asked. The other thing, if you go back to the site itself, at the end of all of this, is your distance, seems a little closer, but is this distance the same?
That distance is actually greater. It was approximately 4 feet to that northern property line.
Okay, yeah.
And now we have just over 7 feet, so we increased that.
Okay, and in the back,
That setback. In the back, it is the stair aligns with the existing rear of the structure, but the building itself shifted, so visually, the stair is an open structure with no walls on it.
Right,
So
and what-
visually, the building is further away from the property.
What's the distance between the stairway and the property line?
That is 6.9 feet. That's the dimension that it is today to the face of the building.
Yeah, we're sticklers on safety in terms of getting around the building with fire apparatus. So that would be it.
Jerry?
I have no comment.
Rupert?
Yeah, so the roof dimensions modification, the 15% modification could get you there. But I guess I had a question. So is there, well, there's a bathroom on the second floor.
Mhm.
So what keeps from this being used as an accessory dwelling unit?
They have no intention of doing that.
There is no kitchen.
Well,
Could we would
You
they be
you
willing?
certainly could add
Would
that.
they be willing to stipulate?
Yes,
that?
absolutely,
Okay.
yes.
And then, I think those were my two concern, or my observation, and it may be, the right side variance, I don't know if that would be satisfied with a modification as well?
I don't believe it is, 15% on the rear yard setback.
The right.
No,
it would
no,
not,
Mr.
okay.
Friday,
Right
Mr.
side,
Chairman,
right side.
no, neither one of the other
Yeah.
forms of relief,
Modification was
right,
separate.
right, would,
So-
they're in excess of the modification allowance, therefore all three forms of relief are here.
Okay,
So you can't split the baby.
oh, okay, okay,
They can't come in for their
Modification
administrative
for height.
approval for the height,
got it,
and
got
then,
it. Okay, thank you. All right, thank you for your presentation.
You're welcome.
Steph?
Yeah, just to clarify with the site plan and calling out all the other modifications.
Oh, Tom, I'm sorry.
Let staff,
No, Tom, go ahead.
no, let staff finish.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to know that, just to clarify, we just didn't know that there was two separate building permits, and that's the only reason why they're on it.
All right. I mean, way too quiet down there.
Does not call.
I may have missed this. When you build the garage, and you mentioned the ramp that goes up there right now, is the building coming down, are you building,
The floor
the
of
floor of the
that
building is coming down?
will come down and be a slab on grade, yes.
Right.
There won't be a wood floor anymore in the structure,
Yeah.
correct.
I have nothing further.
Compliment you on your attempts on not only matching the house, trying to come within the guidelines. Anybody from the public like to talk on this? Nobody? Okay. Would you like to add anything more?
That's all I have.
Anything on follow-up questions from anybody on the board? Do I have a motion?
Yep, move the application before us, Murphy 207 LLC, tax assessor Plan E. Lot 102 is complete and in conformance with town comprehensive plan.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Okay. Do I have a motion on the relief?
Move the application before us, Murphy 207 LLC, tax assessor Plan E, Lot 102, positively with the comments and recommendations, which I think you
And a
have agreed with,
condition.
right? And conditions. But you have seen this and agreed?
I agree to the condition that we add a note that we won't use the second floor as an apartment or any kind of,
Correct, yeah, we're
Dwelling,
going
yes.
to add that at the end of this.
Hold on.
No
I want to clarify something.
Yeah, that,
Clarify.
So the conditions in the packet,
mm,
you've read those, you
I
read
have,
those?
yes.
You were in agreement with those?
That's what I was referring to.
I'm in agreement with asking for the relief that we're asking for tonight.
You're not answering my question. There are specific, because if you're not, you need to know which ones you are not in agreement with. So on page 2 of 4, all right, we've looked at the height, we understand the variance there, we understand the 15%. All construction strict conform with the revised site plan. Gone through all of that. Did you review that?
Yes,
Okay. All conditions of February 28, 24 letter from the engineering department adhere to?
Yep.
Okay. And any proposed site work, landscape improvements, do I have to go through each one of these?
no, I'm good with those, I'm sorry, I
Okay.
thought you were referring to something else.
Nope.
So I'm good
Okay.
with all of those conditions.
All of those?
Yes.
All right.
With
Thank
the-
you.
With the addition
With the addition,
that there
Yes.
will be no kitchen facilities
yeah.
in this space.
Just good comment.
That's okay, so I just for clarification's sake, condition number 1 suggests that they eliminate or reduce the relief.
Right,
You're
right.
striking condition 1, and
Yes.
you're adding a condition that the second
Thank
floor
you.
shall not be used as a dwelling unit.
Yes,
Is that accurate?
that is
2
accurate.
through 5 with that condition?
We are.
Thank you.
Jill.
Thank you.
Thank you, that was why I was confused, thank you, Jill.
Thank you, Joe. Keeps-
2
We'll
through
get to
6.
it.
It's a long night, folks, sorry. Okay, do I have a second on the motion?
Second.
Tom seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Ayes have it. Good luck.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Next up is Murray Plat NN, Lot 1-1-A, 101 Old Boston Neck Road. How can I find this now?
No.
Thank you. All right, so the proposed is to construct a 52 by 20 accessory structure with 1 bedroom, 1-car garage, and a 2nd floor storage lot. Proposed building and lot will be approximately 2,346 square feet, 2.3% cover. Existing conditions is a 57 by 30 irregularly shaped dwelling with a rear patio, existing 6 bedrooms with an on-site septic, existing building lot coverage approximately 1,326 square feet. That's the Reader's Digest version. How are you, sir?
Good evening, how are you?
Good. Can you identify yourself, tell us your role, and give something more detailed?
Yes, my name's Paul Weber, and I'm principal at Paul Weber Architecture in Newport, Rhode Island. This is going to be a really sort of brief presentation, but our proposed building is, we're proposing that the building be 21 feet tall as opposed to the allowed 18 feet. And the reason for that is that it allows us to have a very small loft space on the garage piece, above the garage in the building. Correct, thank you. The loft space is purely for storage. The other building has really no storage at all. Both buildings are built on a slab, and so there's no basement or crawl space. The buildings are very simple, and our ask is partly for functional, for the better use of the loft space, but also aesthetic, so that the 2 buildings are sort of compatible at night.
And to clarify, what is the height of, so for everybody watching and listening, what is the height of the loft space that you're requesting? Internal.
Internally, it's, I believe, 9 feet 7 inches. Yes.
Okay.
9 feet 5.5 inches.
And that's above the 2nd floor?
No, that is the 2nd floor.
That is the 2nd floor.
Yes.
All right. Questions from the board?
Yeah, you fortunately came right behind the presentation you just saw. At 18 feet, they are, living space, et cetera, or if you want to use it for storage space, et cetera. And aesthetically, it's a very appealing building, so I find it very difficult for many reasons, but the main reason is when you ask for a 3-foot variance, remember that the next person, next time, you won't be here, is going to ask for a 4-foot variance.
Yes.
So what we have to determine is there some kind of a hardship here that you can't accomplish? And I wouldn't dare to speak to you about the architecture because I'm not qualified at all. But from a spatial standpoint, and what you're presenting to us to achieve, it can be achieved with an 18-foot height. So I see no reason to support what you're presenting. The other thing I'm sure you know, and you've discussed this with the owner, is that you just attach the structure to the side of the house some way, you can go up to the height of the house. So if you need height, I don't think, in my opinion, you don't need height. You want this space and make it usable space, as you said, for storage, et cetera. So I can't support the extra feet because we as a board have to discuss this with the next applicant in terms of what is the necessity to vary the rule. And the rule's 18 feet.
Jerry?
The pitch on the existing house, is this, you're proposing is the same?
Yes.
That's the only question I have.
Rupert?
So, similar to the last proposal, so the second story, there's like no plumbing in this?
No,
Okay.
no, it's literally for storage. You know, it's not even intended to be a sleeping loft. As I said, the other house has no storage and both, you know, other than the garage space, that'll be really the only storage available. But it's just, that additional 3 feet does give us, makes that somewhat more usable. Without the going to 18 feet, the center of that space would be 6 foot 5 inches as opposed to the 9 foot 5.5.
Rupert, you set?
I'm good.
Okay, Tom?
I'm sorry, could I see the first floor again, Mike?
Full layout?
Yeah.
I'm gonna draw it up.
Okay. And the second floor again? Okay. That's it. I have to agree with Doc on this one. We've seen applicants come, and have asked for relief. It's difficult to grant relief for hardship that's based strictly on aesthetics. You know, I'm sympathetic in terms of why you want 9.5, but as Doc said, we have the next person who will ask for the same thing or something more.
Staff?
No other comment.
You can't reduce that ceiling height without changing the pitch, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So access to the loft is internal from the one bedroom?
Yes.
So, again, and you get the brunt of history.
Right.
You know, I'm sitting there looking at 9-foot clearance on a storage loft that somebody can convert into another bedroom or kitchens or whatever. And again, I have to go on the letter on the law, and the law is, you know, is a hardship here. And I think and I applaud you for trying to keep the architectural, that's a big thing for me, especially with that house and that whole setting. But there is really a hardship outside of the redesign of lowering that down to keep it in conformance. I actually looked for it and I couldn't find it in it, so that's kind of where I stand. Anybody in the audience would like to, any from the public would like to speak? Go ahead.
I don't know, aesthetically, I think he's in keeping with the architecture of the primary structure. And the width of the structure forces the height of the roof.
I concur.
Exactly.
Any other follow-up questions?
Yeah, but, you know, I mean, your point is good, but it doesn't have to have the garage where it is. If he puts it over, attaches it some way to the house, he can do whatever he wants with it in terms of height. I mean, in other words, that's not for me to tell him what to do. There are other ways to accomplish this without asking for a variance of 3 feet. And you know, you've been at these meetings before. 1 foot, 3 feet, 7 feet, what's the difference? The difference is the rule's the rule.
I think he has a reason. I think he has a hardship with the
He's
existing
got a hardship?
architecture of the
What's the
existing-
hardship?
The existing architecture of the existing house controls what he wants to do for the accessory garage.
Okay.
So if he had people lived in a cathedral, the next door had to be, how many more feet high?
Possibly, yes.
Well, well, but there are other ways to do this.
But I'm into aesthetics, so
I know, I hear you,
yeah.
I hear you. No, God bless you, I agree.
Jerry, any follow-ups? Jerry? Any follow-up?
Don't
Cory?
hold it against me very much.
I don't have a problem with it. It's set back, it's 102,000 square feet. It's a big ask, but I think from the road, it'll look that much better if the peaks match.
Rupert?
Yeah, I don't really have any other questions.
Okay. Tom?
Nope, I'm good.
Okay. All right. So we need to go to motions. Do I have a motion on completeness?
But the application before us, Mary, tax assessor plat NN lot 11A is complete and in conformance with the town comprehensive plan.
I'll second that.
We have a motion, it's been seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right?
I,
Passes unanimous. All right. Do I have a motion on the request for relief?
Positive or negative?
well, I'm gonna be negative, so you wanna move
No,
positive?
no, you go ahead.
So, move the application before us, Mary tax assessor plat NN lot 11A. Negatively, with the staff's correspondence and comments. Dated
Doctor,
April.
if I may interrupt, remember when you make a denial recommendation, you need to provide reasons
Reason why.
and
Yeah.
not conditions. So
Right.
staff has drafted up 5 to 6 potential conditions. You would omit those from your report, and you would suggest, you would add in reasons why you feel this should be denied. Just as a reminder, sorry.
Well, in any case, the staff report here dated April 10, 2024, the request for 3-foot accessory structure height, that be denied because there are other options. The conditions that the staff recommend, again suggests, the height is 18 feet, and I'm supporting that in my motion. And I think, let's see.
You may want to look at the planning board standards on pages
Yes.
3 and 4.
Yep.
So you want standard 1 and standard 16?
1 and 16.
1 and 16.
Yeah, but in the standards area, in the standard area, that there is no hardship in this particular application. And, let's see, in my opinion, suitability is to be questioned. Compliance certainly with all applicable development and performance standards, this violates that. And then number 16, of course, alternatives are available. So that's my motion.
Second.
You have a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
All
No.
those opposed?
No.
Okay. Motion carries 4-1.
Thank you.
Good luck in zoning.
Thank you.
Right. Okay. We have Morris Tax Assessors Plat N-S Lot 524. Morris is, the existing condition is a 3-bedroom dwelling with a 20 by 17 irregular shaped right side deck and stairs. Existing building lot coverage is approximately 1,751 square feet, or 32.8%. Proposed, demolish existing right side yard deck, construct a 24 by 22 right side deck with stairs. Proposed building lot coverage will be approximately 1975, or 36.99%. That is the Reader's Digest version. For the one person in this town who does not know who you are, could you introduce yourself and state your role?
Amy Sonder, surveyor and owner of Easterbrooks and Associates, here to represent the Morris family for this proposed deck addition. renovation. As you can see, if you can see underneath that shaded area, there's an existing deck there now. I don't know if everybody's been to the site, but I did bring some pictures of what the house looks like with the deck areas. As you can see, I've brought a couple of examples here. It's a very small deck, and to the point where it's not very enjoyable. You can't sit out there and gather together. You can only put a couple of chairs, and they're both facing out or facing in. It's not like you can gather in a small area. So we'd like to expand it to 12 feet wide on the Withington Road side or the north side, and 10 feet wide on the, I have 11 feet wide on the north, on the westerly side, or the top end there. We would be requesting relief on that right side setback, which is on the Withington Road side. They did want an open deck with no railing on that side to keep it more inviting and more usable, and therefore we had 2 steps shown around the deck. Since the staff report, we have gone back and looked at that a little bit and feel that we can possibly modify that by reducing the corner here, up there in the corner, and maybe taking the steps off at the corner. I did a little sketch here. And yeah, sorry, it's a little tight.
We were thinking what we're thinking.
Excuse me?
We were thinking what we're thinking.
Yeah.
Excuse me for interrupting.
Here's another one. So, just that corner, taking those steps off and reducing the length of the run of those lower steps and putting a shrubbery or something there. Number one, aesthetically it might look nice, and also would keep people from walking directly off within the closeness of Withington Road. I will make a correction that on the staff report they said it was about 10 feet from the edge of pavement, and I went out there and it's actually 17 feet from the edge of pavement. This is something that's very consistent in Bonnet Shores. The site to the north, I did some work there, and that particular deck is 4 feet from the property line and 20 feet from the edge of pavement. I have pictures here of other decks in the area if you'd like to see them, where it's actually there's a site right to the west of us, right here, that they have the same configuration, and the deck is extremely close to the road area there.
Which isn't good.
That one's 20 feet off the edge of the road. So they have a couple more feet. So we will work to reduce that setback on that roadside, Withington Road side, but we would like that open air deck quality for the architectural or layout of this deck. And we are over on coverage by pretty much the expansion of the deck. We were already over on coverage. So any expansion we do would require relief of coverage. No double dipping of our percentage there. What?
No. No double dipping.
I am double dipping?
No, you
No,
cannot.
I said no double dipping. Because we're already allowed that proration with this new law that went into effect because of substandard lots. You're no longer allowed that 15% increased coverage for deck areas, which I found that out recently. So,
The world has changed.
yes, the world is changing. It's tough keeping up with Narragansett's
Talk
rules
to
and
the-
regulations.
Talk to the state.
I agree. So, yeah, we would like your blessing on this with the recommendation that we would reduce the steps in that area and possibly shift more of the deck towards the south. and do our best to keep off the edge of the pavement area there.
Does that change the size of the deck then?
It would reduce the coverage relief, yes. I'm not exactly sure what we're going to reduce it to, but it will be reducing the coverage, yes. Because the steps are included in the lot coverage as well.
So, just so we're all on the same page, you'd like us to consider your redesign that you just gave us?
Yes.
Okay.
Possibly taking more of that north, or excuse me, I say north because it's looking up,
Right.
but with the pointer, not very good with these, but,
Yeah,
Oh.
so that's the west side,
right.
yeah.
So if you go
Top
back,
is
yeah,
west.
so this corner here would be taken off, and maybe we'll lower it down to here, which would increase that setback. So right now, we would be asking for, we're asking for a proposed 2-foot setback. I would anticipate, at a minimum, we could offer a 2-foot proposed setback, bringing that back 2 more feet. We're allowed 6.9, but we do not want to put a 45 on the deck. We like the square deck, and it's in keeping with the house. It's, plus it follows all the way down, so I think taking that 2 feet off would decrease our variance request and also reduce our coverage. I'm not exactly sure of the number at this point.
And that would put you at 17 feet off the pavement?
Right now, we're at 17 feet off the pavement, so we'll put it
probably
at 19.
19 feet?
Correct.
Okay, so understand that the discussion is focused on the new design with the reduced encroachment on the Worthington side. Doc?
So Amy, so
Yes.
you're gonna take 2 feet right off of here.
Not the, well, that's another topic that the builder and I talked about, is if we work on the grade there, we may not need the steps. So another alternative would be to consider raising the grade a little bit, so we wouldn't need the extra step, the steps coming off. Just
So,
step right down onto the
Picture
ground.
that you showed earlier, can we have that again of the deck? Yeah,
You wanna see the deck design?
the deck, the
Yeah.
deck itself, not that.
We don't want it,
Yeah, here.
yeah,
Okay.
So I think you gotta get rid of this, right? Stepwise, anyway.
Well-
Because there's a road out here.
correct.
So you were, I think you suggested that, you were gonna continue the stairs or steps to the back.
We may have some intermittent steps here, not the full length. We were gonna put shrubbery here and shrubbery here,
Right?
and still have a step
Why
coming
would you
off.
wanna have people walk toward the road like that?
It's 'cause it's Bonnet.
I don't. I
No,
understand
it's just,
Ocean
it's
Road.
just,
You know,
yeah,
I just, it makes me nervous.
we,
He does a beautiful job, the family does, you know, this is all lawn, this is all public, this isn't his. But he does a beautiful job taking care of it. But, you know, the times change, the road may change, it may be widened, that's all public property. Maybe they put a sidewalk along here, I don't know. But I would think you'd wanna, you know, keep, like you're mentioning, keep the deck back as far as you can and still have a usable deck. But as far as access up and down, the idea of walking out into the road like that, it's like, to me, it's dangerous. You know, I'm old fashioned, I got a lot of gray hair. But, yeah, but I've survived. So,
this is Justin Blake, the builder.
How are you?
the builder, okay.
Yeah, so looking at the grade, we can definitely, it doesn't need to be 2 steps, but I don't think I can bring it up to grade to where there is no step. So I can lose a foot on the overall dimension, but the 2 access points, as you're looking at that previous picture, the cars are kind of right at that diagonal, right at the 90 corner. So that is how they get up into the house, is on that, you know, on that corner. So I mean, I get your argument that it's open to to the road, but it's open to the road right now. I mean, they've got steps and a handrail going there right now, and I'm looking to reduce the number of steps, do away with the handrail. And, I mean, at the very least, I would still need, an access on that side, just to access that side door, and then, you know, access
But
down
why
below
can't they
from the
use
car.
this access right here? Why do you need steps right there?
That's right where the cars park in the property there.
Don't we have a picture of that?
Yeah, it's right on the, I think it is
Yeah,
on
we
there.
have.
Actually, it's not parked there, actually.
Yeah, I didn't want
Well,
to,
you can-
I didn't want to bring that up.
I think it's part of the new picture you gave us.
This is where they park now. In the picture, there's a car park right here, but this is where they park right now. So we didn't want to have to come right out into the parking lot or parking area, so they wanted to be able to access from this way. But that said, Dr. O'Neill, I think we could, like on that sketch I showed you, that follow-up with the shrubs, we could reduce that step, so it's not like a big openness, and put the shrubbery possibly on either side.
Right.
I have another picture.
So Amy, sorry to interrupt. So what you're saying is by the reduction of the step and the grade, and by putting planters in, instead of having the whole thing wide open, you would funnel traffic into the safest areas possible, with the deepest setbacks possible. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
Okay.
This is a similar deck up the street. It's actually a patio, but it's all at grade, and they have put some shrubbery. Here, getting all kinds of stickers going there.
Yeah,
And this particular deck is closer to the road than this is. I went out, and this is, I think 16 feet off the edge of pavement. But with shrubbery and landscaping, you keep people contained.
Yeah, you know a lot of these have been put on the weekend, right?
Well, this one actually is a patio. It didn't
You're-
even have to come before you.
You're kind enough and professional enough to show up here and talk about it, because, you know, many of the areas have been modified as necessary.
Can I see that?
Here, what do you want to say?
Oh, yeah, that's.
The picture? Is it your house?
Caught!
No, but, so it,
Yeah.
just because a patio is not a deck.
Right, a patio isn't a deck, right.
So this would be the proverbial apples and oranges.
Apples and oranges.
Because
Yeah.
patios, you don't even need a building permit for a
Right.
patio. Matter of fact, I have a client who built a
Good.
patio like a deck. And,
I don't want to suggest any
Well, that's
hanky panky
always-
goes on, but
That's always my fallback, but
But-
now
but-
we have hardscape.
there you go.
so, don't go by this.
Don't go by that. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
But the point is that the setback from the street of this reconfigured deck, or even the existing deck, is further away from that. But if you look at cutting off at least the bottom step, taking it to grade, which would take you up from the street anyway,
Correct.
filling it with landscape so you have very defined, specific
Areas,
access egress, but you still keep the openness, is a win-win for everybody.
yeah. We definitely still want to access from this side and not access always into the parking area.
Forget where we are.
And because the street is there, that railing, is there going to be a railing except for the access up those two steps?
Yeah, that actually is a little sitting bar, so their view is out over West Quaig Pond, and one of the reasons that they are doing this is to enjoy their sunset view right
Good.
there. Yeah.
Good. Doc, you set? Yeah. Sure? You all set?
Yeah.
Or you contemplating? Rupert?
It's a big ask.
Oh, yeah. Rupert?
Yeah, I don't have any,
Well, we're reducing it.
You all set, Rupert? Tom?
I'm not sure what we're being
Or
asked to do.
Jerry.
Well, I want to talk, I want to go back to Steve. So we've got a redesign on the fly here. So the question is, you know, I don't even know what we amend to this. So,
Exactly.
and I don't want to put you off, but
We're putting it off.
I would love it if you kind of tabled this and came back with us with a new design, and then we can really look at what we're proposing, because right now, I don't have anything to hang my hat on. I like what you're proposing. I think it's a smart thing to do. I think it satisfies my questions and my biggest concerns, which is the safety. But right now, what I got in front of me is that, legally.
Well, that plan I just gave you would reduce the setback by 2 feet. So I would be asking for a 4-foot setback as opposed to a 2. And like I said, I'm not sure what the coverage would be reduced to, but we would be taking off at least 1 step all the way around, and would be only having that single step where necessary to egress. So I'm guessing it would be reducing by approximately 24 times 2, about 50 square feet. I'm still over.
Now, why are you teasing us like this?
Yeah, yeah.
You could've
Well,
done
the
this to
reason
begin
I'm
with,
doing this is because
and we would agree.
I-
We would agree.
What?
But, I mean, we would agree. I mean, what the chair said is true. I mean, what we're agreeing to is what we're, you know, these, and
No, it's right there. I just don't know what the coverage number is.
it's not here in terms of what's proposed to
No,
us. I think that's what he's
agree.
saying.
I agree.
Steve,
Well, I will
Okay.
make note that these people, this is their summer home,
Yep.
okay? And they've been waiting to get heard. We did get finally on the agenda. We're
Well, I'm
shooting
sure- I'm
from the
sure-
hip as soon as we can,
I'm
and
sure
they'd
we
like to
can-
have something
Yep.
started before the summertime.
I'm sure they can expedite some things. Steve, can we change horses in midstream and go on a revised plan given to us now?
You can. Other boards do. Most
I'm not
boards-
saying that's the right thing to do.
Yeah, no, legally you certainly can,
Okay.
because but one of the conditions would be submission of, you know, the final numbers prior to going to zoning.
So can we, the Secretary has numbered this, right? So you have a number on this.
I'll remember that.
So we have a numbered,
Yeah, and the
Plan.
reason I say that, Mark, is many projects get approved or denied here, and then they show up at zoning in a totally different project. So
I
at
don't want to
least,
hear that. No.
That's
Yes.
a Donnie
I
Jackson
know,
approach, right?
I'm trying to get a
so
pleasant
at
recommendation
least they're
with
coming to
comments.
you with the project.
Right, I just want something
Yeah,
that I
no,
can
it-
hang on to.
it-
I'm not real comfortable with willy-nilly. So, let me ask the board, flat out. Are you comfortable that this is the official plan? That, based on this and the calculations, it's an official, it's a minimum of 4-foot setback, which is what we're gonna look at, all right? Okay, a coverage reduction of 50 feet, which is,
Well, I just did, if I took 1 step all the way around as shown on the original plan, it would be 35 square feet. And then I think I can take, another 10, so, yeah, it's 50 square feet
Okay.
reduction.
all right. And we can make a condition that final plans need to be submitted,
Oh, well, it will be done for, yeah,
okay?
for zoning, yep.
Is the board comfortable with that? Just let me know yes or, go
If
ahead.
you could be, can describe, if you can put it on paper so it's understandable.
Call it Plan 1A?
So you're going from 2 feet to 4 feet on the side?
Correct.
But code is what, over 6 feet?
6.4,
And you can't make that work?
not without putting a 45 on the deck. And we're trying to keep it square and in keeping with the character of the home. Once again, aesthetically working. Just,
Yeah, this is different though. This is different, this is so close to the street, in my opinion.
well, yeah.
Okay.
You know,
So, I don't want, so the question is, can we move forward on a new plan? Or do you want to get everything submitted and review it?
There may be another way. And that may-
I'd love to hear it.
Maybe simply say, look, you give us what you want, whatever the number is away from the street. And you say you're gonna reduce it by this amount of the square footage. We're not gonna figure that out, you figure it out, and that's what we're gonna improve. I've seen the zoning board do that, makes sense, let the staff basically do the review of, but you say we want it this far from the street, we want this much of a reduction in square footage, you figure it out, otherwise you come back.
All right.
I'm comfortable doing that.
You guys comfortable with that?
You didn't ask if the staff comfortable.
I'm about to. I want to make
Okay, all right,
it.
I'll leave it-
If
I'll
it's
leave
not
it.
comfortable with you guys, I don't care about that.
No.
You guys are all comfortable. Staff, you comfortable with this?
I'll defer to Jill and Ryan.
Okay, so,
Jill's got an ice cream headache right now.
so the proposal, as Mr. Callahan says, is Ms. Sutter's showing 2 feet now, 4 feet. She's saying she's gonna reduce it 50 square feet. So you want her 4 feet and 50 square feet less, is that it? And
Yeah.
it doesn't matter how she reconfigures?
Yep.
As long as she doesn't end up causing a variance someplace else, right?
Right. Well, I'd have to, I can't, yeah, the deck can only be so big because we're already asking for a coverage relief, so the deck's gonna be minimized. And that setback on the corner would be 4 feet.
It's essentially what the zoning board did on the house over here on Ocean Road. Instead of getting involved in trying to design the deck.
So, okay, then you need to put a condition in that we have a revised plan prior to the scheduling of the
Yep.
zoning board hearing.
Or one of these.
Yep. That accomplishes, that basically reduces the distance from the street to no.
That complies with the condition.
Right.
Yeah, just as simple as that, prior to the scheduling of the zoning board hearing.
Absolutely. I mean, basically,
So we
it's
can
there,
revise the
I'm just
report
gonna
prior to
fine
zoning.
tune it.
All right.
Are you taking it this week?
Well, yeah, I want it this week, because, sorry,
Absolutely.
next week, you get bonus week next week, because it's a half a week. Because you need to be scheduled for zoning, and we need to know what the relief is.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Well, yeah.
All right, so the staff.
And if not, you just move, we just move you.
Yep.
No, I will get it to you.
So you think we're tough?
And people think we're. Staff,
Or just
board,
reflect the staff, that's all.
board, you guys comfortable with this? All right, so the decision we're gonna make is based on the revised plan submitted, April 16th.
No,
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 no?
no.
Okay,
This isn't,
Relative to-
you're making a motion for completeness and conformance, and you're making a motion to recommend approval based on 4 feet from the
Okay.
lot line and a 50-foot reduction, a plan to follow.
thank you.
So moved.
All those in favor?
You gotta do
Dr.
the
O'Neill, did you
completeness
just say
first.
so moved?
You gotta do your completeness first.
Do I-
You can
yeah,
so
we-
move that.
Do I have a motion for completeness?
Sure.
And,
Morris, tax assessor plat NS lot 524 is complete and in conformance with town comprehensive plan.
I'm quick and easy, I'm not even asking for anything.
do I have a second?
Yes, second.
Do I have a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
All right.
All right, passes unanimously. Do I have a motion on this deck and the relief?
The application before us positively, Morris, tax assessor plat NS lot 524 with the staff comments, recommendations.
Condition.
No, I think we have to modify them. Dated April 11, 2024 with modification. Can you recite that again, 50 feet? And-
Yeah, so Dr. O'Neill, I believe the board consensus was no less than 4 feet from the property
Oh,
line,
4 feet from-
a 50-foot square foot reduction. Yep.
Plans to follow.
Yeah, plans to follow.
Yep, the plans will be provided to us prior to the end of this month,
Thank you.
April 2024,
Thank you, that's.
with the
motion.
conditions,
Oh, this
2 through
month?
5.
This week.
This week.
All right, do I have a second on this?
Second.
All right, thank you, Tom. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those
Thank
opposed?
you.
Unanimous.
Welcome, Andy.
I appreciate it. We'll do our best to reduce it as much as possible.
Well, at least 50 people.
At least.
Yeah, Amy, that's gonna be next week, not the end of the month.
I know, I was kidding.
And Jill is sitting there saying, I promised myself I would never work with children.
I'm still in the all that chatting.
So. Okay, I have Almaty.
Almonte, yes.
Almaty. I have plot M, lot 167.139, 4-lane 6. Sorry you have to have been inflicted with all of this.
That's okay. I'll make this one quick and easy.
So, if you can do me a favor, so, this is an existing 3-bedroom dwelling,
2 bedrooms.
2 bed, I got 3.
And you're on the wrong lot.
No, I didn't change the page. Still trying to sign paperwork, make everybody happy. So this, oh it is, 4-lane 6, this is Breakwater Village.
Correct.
Okay, existing 20-foot by 20.5-foot dwelling, 10 by 5 shed, a 25 by 10 sun deck with stairs, existing lot coverage approximately 763 square feet, 41.5%. Proposed, demolish existing 2-bedroom dwelling and sun deck. Demolish the existing foundation to construct a new 25 by 24 foundation. Construction of a 25 by 24 2-story, 2-bedroom dwelling with a 6.5 by 16 second-story sun deck on the west elevation of the dwelling. Proposed lot coverage approximately 705 square feet. Coverage is 38.3%. Okay. Relief from Breakwater Village Special District Special Use Permit to construct a 2-story building. All right. Now the Breakwater Village Architectural Board approved this project back December 20th, 23. Correct, staff?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Can you do your presentation?
Sure.
Thank you.
So I need to make some corrections of this summary. So I am not demolishing my existing dwelling. It is remaining. I am simply lifting it up and I am putting a new foundation underneath it. This deck is going away. I don't know where that came about, but my site plans show my existing and show the new. So I'm simply bumping out this, I'm taking this wall out and I'm increasing this 20.5 to 24. So that's where the 24 by 25 comes into play. So there'll be a new foundation underneath it. The existing shed is 10 by 4. I'm just increasing that to 10 by 5. That's been through the arc already. And I'm just pushing it up against the house. Is essentially what I'm doing. And then something that I decided after the fact, because currently, you know, I'm pushing up against the house. My current foundation plan is only showing the 25 by 24, but I'd like to kind of have foundation underneath my shed to make that more secure, so I don't have to worry about anchoring down. Now it's structurally integrity right to the house itself. If you go to the floor plan, I'll show you where it exists, because I know that, well, yeah, see, he has existing, but this is supposed to read existing relocated, because it's about a foot off my house currently right now, where it exists.
So this is the proposed floor plan, Mr.
This is the proposed, the 10 by 5, where it's going to sit. So currently, this is within the setbacks. I'm meeting all my setbacks, front, rear. All these 3 walls are existing. This is going to be the new proposed wall that I'm bumping up.
So are you going to have a deck in the back?
I am removing the deck, and it's just going to be pavers.
Okay.
I'm going to put pavers as much as I can. The stone is all right, but the stone tends to get into the street, so the more paver you have. I'm going to have a band of stone in here, and that's part of my stormwater runoff plan that you guys have a copy of.
Staff.
Thank you. So, I just want to clarify, are you Mr. Almonte?
I am.
Excellent, okay. So, the existing structure says, Mike, if we could go back to the existing footprint. Yep, one more.
Sorry?
It says 20 and a half
Yes,
by 25,
yes,
and then if you go to the proposed structure, it says 24 by 25.
yes.
So the house gained 4 feet.
That's correct. I'm bumping out this side of the wall.
Okay, so you're not just raising the, so I just want to be clear, because I'm fully apprehensive that we made errors, but I just want to be clear that,
I'm
you're
raising the-
lifting up the existing structure and then
Correct.
you're bumping out 4 feet.
Correct.
Okay, so you're not proposing.
So if you literally put the house back down on the new foundation, you'd have a 4-foot hole.
You're building
there,
an additional
and I'm
4-foot foundation, you're
Correct.
setting the, got it, okay.
Correct.
And the existing shed that shows that it's detached there is not in fact detached?
It is detached and it's getting attached.
It's
Yeah.
getting attached, okay.
The
And I
site
can
plan
make a
shows it
revision,
as
I can make a
detached.
revision to that if somebody.
The
goes
proposed
and-
site plan shows that, okay,
Yeah,
shows
it
it
shows
is
that it's
detached, okay, so you're saying it's attached,
Yeah.
okay.
It is currently
And
detached.
his floor plan shows it as attached, see?
Yes, but he didn't really clarify that, he just has it as existing, but it's, should have been existing relocated.
How-
If you can, somebody can turn to, I think S2.
Which one is that to?
I will tell you right now.
I'm sorry, where are we?
I just want to show the foundation plan.
Oh,
I believe it's S1 or S2.
I don't know that it's.
yeah,
in the
yeah, I'm
PowerPoint.
sure, sure.
We didn't put the
It might not be in the
foundation
PowerPoint,
plan
but it's in
it.
your,
Oh,
it's in the
not?
file, no.
Yes. Okay, perfect. So S2, if you can turn to page S2. This is the revision I need to show you where the 10 by 5
You gotta look at your packets, I
foundation.
don't have it.
Couple more pages.
Here we go. Okay.
One, 2 more. Oh, I'm sorry, right here. So here's the proposed new foundation. But it doesn't encompass the 10 by 5 shed that's gonna sit on top of it. So I can make that revision to that plan prior to the zoning board.
Which side will it be on? Will it be on?
It's on the same existing side, if you wanna go back to
It's
that.
the same place where the shed
floor
is
plan.
No,
now.
I'm
Yes,
just
it
saying,
is.
on this
I'll show
foundation
you on the
plan.
floor plan, if you pull that up, and I can, so it's right here,
No,
so.
I saw it.
Oh.
I'm wondering where it goes on this foundation plan. Is it the top of the sheet or is it the bottom?
Oh, I'm sorry, it's right here. Pop out right here.
Okay, see, I thought it was up over there. So it goes out here, 5 feet by 10 or whatever. Got it, okay.
So it's
And you
also
gotta get
gonna
that
allow
in
me
there.
to get like into the crawl space.
So the
Because
lean
currently there
is-
is no
Okay.
Okay, I got it.
It's unclear about.
And you're gonna have this plan changed between now and zoning.
Yes,
Mr. Almonte,
yes,
is the area under the shed going to be part of the foundation? Or is it
Yes.
going to be a slab?
no, it's gonna be part of the foundation, it's gonna allow me access into the crawl space too, which I really don't have access to it. It's kinda difficult, you know, these are probably the highest areas above grade here and here. As the grade, you know, rises up, it gets really low over here, so, you know, foundation might be out of the ground, you know, maybe 12 inches or so, where over here, you got the greatest area, but I just rather not have a door right to the outside, so, you know, and also, you know, making the shed structurally sound too. I said, that's a, you know, double win, so put the foundation in, and now that's my access into the crawl space from the shed.
I'm just curious, how would you get from the shed to the crawl space? Stairs, hold, how would you get there?
Yeah, I'd probably just make it like a makeshift, maybe shit ladder or something. It's only gonna be a few, my crawl space is only, I think, 52 inches clear. That's before you start digging, so it, you know, it could end up being 48 inches, could end up being 36 inches for all I know. You know, until they actually dig, you know, and the water table and that is supposed to be about 5 feet, but.
Yes.
Are you gonna comply with the staff's recommendations to shave off that 1 inch and conform?
Oh, yeah, that 20, I don't know where that came up from, that 24-foot, 1 inch. Because it's, you know, it's 24 feet max. I have no
24
idea
feet.
where he came up with that 1
Okay.
inch.
All right, just wanna be
But,
sure. You know, I'm a stickler for,
Inches.
I could, you know what, I'll make that, I can cloud that revision on there too, just put 24 on the plan.
Okay.
I have no problem doing that in the elevation. Just so we're clear.
Any other questions? Okay. Jerry?
No, sure.
Rupert? Tom?
So after all of the discussion we've had, we just want to be sure the only relief we're looking for right now is to issue a special use permit for construction of a two-story dwelling.
Yes.
Same thing we're being asked to do.
Yep.
You saved the easiest for last.
Okay.
I'm not sure it was easy, but
And this was, Breakwater Village review approved this back in December 2023.
Correct.
But at the time, you didn't propose your bump out for the storage. I'm not intimate with their inside. Do you need to go
I
back?
actually did it under a separate, the bump out of the foundation.
For the shed, do you need to go back to them for approval on that?
I'm not sure I need to go approval. You know what, I will have them stamp that plan. So I can certainly do that.
So if we put it
I
as a
have to make that
condition.
revision. Yeah, yeah.
All right.
Because I did the shed as a separate permit to increase the shed height and width. That's something that I guess came down from the town where it didn't need town permit anymore, just ARC approval for a shed.
That would be building inspections, I'm not
Yeah.
familiar with that.
Apparently, that's so.
All right.
The shed was gonna count toward your site coverage, so if you're
Right. building
relocating the
coverage.
shed on your site plan, we need a new
Yeah.
site plan.
Oh, it's on the site plan currently, as it's going to be relocated. So the site
It's
plan.
not on the site
matches-
plan as you want it, it's on the site plan as a detached shed.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
This is the one we have, Mr. Almonte. Is this, have you had it,
What the hell?
have you had it revised?
That's part of our confusion, Mr. Monty, that's why we're over here.
This is the proposed layout.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, you got, civil puts it like that, and the architect puts it as existing up against the house. Nobody listens to me.
So, Mr. Chairman, just for the board's knowledge,
Yeah.
the site plan is, Mr. Almonte appears to meet all of the standards. I don't put words in your mouth. The special use permit there, he's already agreed that he's gonna reduce the height of the structure by 1¼ inches, whatever it's required, so he'll meet there'll be no variance necessary. So in this case, the site plan carries, so the architectural plans, the floor and elevation plans, as we like to call them, they don't need to be re-provided to you unless you really want to see them. They would need to
They need to
be
be
provided
returned to
at the point of building permit issuance.
Right.
What is important is that this plan is accurate when it goes to the zoning board, because this is the plan that will be stamped.
Okay.
So,
So if we.
so it might save him, Mr. Almonte save him revising his floor and elevation plans, but we would need a new site plan.
All right, before zoning.
Ideally, yes, but
Before the end
same
of
as that, the other application, we need to revise the report.
So you want it within,
I want it by next week, if he wants to go to May.
okay.
So you telling me that I don't need to revise the elevation or the foundation plan?
I'm telling you that in order to get through the zoning process, you don't need to do that. You will need to provide the building inspections office what they need to pull your permit. But for this purpose, your floor and elevation plans show your shed where you're saying you want your shed to be. So we need your site plan to show that.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so we'll have a condition that Mr. Monti will submit a new site plan that shows the new bump out of the attached shed. All right, by next week if you want to get it to zoning.
Yep.
You know, and the plan would also show it's going to reduce the height by the 1 inch. make that correction in the plan itself. It's not a reduction, but a correction in the plan.
So moved.
All right, I can't make a motion.
I know,
Madam Chair. All right.
Well, you're gonna-
Steph,
you're
is
gonna-
there anything else in this that we have missed in the swirl of?
No, not that I believe of.
Okay.
The only other thing was the height, but you guys addressed it.
Yep, okay.
So move the application before us. Almonte, tax assessor plat M167, lot 139, is completed in conformance with the town comprehensive plan.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously.
Move the application before us. Almonte, tax assessor plat M167, lot 139, positively with the staff comments and recommendations, except for modification here. Oh, well, actually, we'll leave that. Number one there, the height of, it's gonna be 24 feet. So we'll leave that, because you're gonna have that when you go to the.
Corrected.
To the zoning people. And you mentioned,
So he's gonna submit a new site plan.
new site plan.
That shows the new bump out of the shed as an attached shed,
Correct.
Mhm.
okay? Before he goes to zoning, all right? And then the reduced height, and then the requested relief of the Breakwater Village District Special Use Permit to construct a two-story dwelling.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second that motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Carries unanimously.
God bless America.
Look, Mr. Wunsch, if you can get that to staff as quickly as possible, if not, it's gonna delay you going to zoning.
Not a problem.
Okay, thank you very much.
Jill, is that something I can do electronically?
No, we want 3 full-size signed stamped original site plans.
Oh,
There's a
okay.
Jim.
Okay, that's fine, that's fine.
The 20
Sorry.
24, 25.
Not a problem.
Punchy it.
Just that far. Okay. So there you go. All right. So,
Thank you all.
thank you very much. So reports from staff
Hang in there.
and assistant town solicitor.
PJ's just
If you look in your packet, I had, thank you, Jill. I'm always glad there's an adult in the room. If you look in your packets in section E, one of the things we talked about was creating, looking at what we did with the state legislation, and then looking at creating some topics that we could tackle as a planning board and plan. So I met with each of you individually, and I thank you for your time. You'll see the list. If there's anything that isn't on the list that you thought you mentioned, please let us know, and we can update the list. But we'd like to schedule a working meeting, so it'd be additional to our regular meeting, to go over these and start targeting things that we'd really like to prioritize, and then break off into groups, and work on those, and then come back to the whole. So I didn't want to go through all of those tonight, but I did want to get it on the docket and on your schedule and on your brain thought. Yes, no? Yes?
Mr. Chairman, one of the things that we need to add to this is pending legislation. We're gonna need to do a similar thing.
Oh,
did
yeah,
last year.
this may get put on hold and we may end up doing the whole thing, but yeah, pending legislation.
Because I know.
I thought we had that, I might have missed it.
I know, I anticipate there'll be accessory dwelling unit legislation and new inclusionary zoning legislation that we want to
I
address.
think we submitted, we put those down as specific topics,
Okay.
but I think
Yeah.
pending legislation will be key.
And that may be mandated.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think you and I talked, I think that's a great idea, and we should, some other, a couple of thoughts I had. I remember I mentioned the idea, and I think you mentioned it here, is talking with other departments which have thoughts, comments, maybe futuristic ideas that they can't work on, that had to be done by the planning board. I think you mentioned that you're gonna talk with them. The other thing is, Michael tells us he's leaving. It's gonna break my heart, but in any case. He didn't ask me. So, in May, so wouldn't it be important to get input from the new director? I don't know if Jill is gonna do it, but in any case, wouldn't that be important to prioritize or to talk about the symbiosis of the planning board with the community director? Maybe we already talked with Michael about this, I think.
Yeah. No, we're gonna address that next. So, and Michael can't leave until I come back, so he's here till June. That's been
Oh,
needed.
is that right? So you're,
Yeah.
And Mr. Chair, in the interim, do you think it'd be a good idea to arrange for a tour of the old library? I haven't been in it. I mean, I missed the last one. It was only a couple days' notice. Maybe Jim would be, open the doors for us, Mr. Tierney. Because I can't even consider what to do with it until I see it, you know?
Right,
yeah,
that makes total
Good point.
sense.
good point.
Can we arrange that?
You want me to find out from?
We can contact Jim directly, right?
Yeah.
That might be.
I can contact him.
Why don't you contact him, that way we
Yeah.
don't have 25 phone calls going in.
Yeah.
And is there a particular day, date, week, whatever, or just whenever he finds?
Whenever he finds the time, he'll shoot us
Yeah.
a couple
Okay.
different
Do it
times.
a couple times and a couple different dates.
Different time,
Okay.
different dates, we'll figure it out, yep.
All right.
Uh-oh, what's the matter?
I know. You can only go two at a time. Do you wanna shoot a couple
Really?
different yeah, you'll have a quorum if you go more than two.
Oh, that's true.
Could we have a
Yeah.
special meeting there or
So I was
something?
just gonna suggest, do you wanna get a couple different days and then just do
Do a special meeting.
walkthrough?
Yeah.
A
let's do
special
that.
meeting walkthrough.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Or
or working
break
session.
into three different groups and
Or break
work
Oh,
into
on
groups.
separate.
I'd rather have a special meeting.
I'd rather have us all be able to brainstorm together.
Me too.
This is a special group.
Yeah.
Okay, there,
Just
but-
ask-
Okay,
Steve
Steve
make
is
a
like,
fist?
I should have called in debt today.
understand this, if you do set up a meeting to tour the library, the public can come. So, because everywhere you go as a group is a public meeting.
I suggest the
So,
That's fine.
that could put a wrinkle in things.
Yeah,
I don't
Mr.
know
Chair,
the condition of the
that-
interior of the
you know,
library.
that's really up to you. I just wanna get in there. I don't wanna break any rules.
Let's do this. Let's set up a couple dates, we can break up in groups. And that way it's, it's complicated.
How many per quorum? Four? Per board? Four?
Three.
More than two is a
Three.
quorum.
More than two is a quorum.
More than two.
Three.
Yeah.
More
You
than
need
two.
3 separate time
Or
slots.
So we
Okay.
need three separate
All right.
tours.
All right.
Unless someone spent time in the library and then they don't need it.
I've been in the library for a fair amount of time, I'm good.
So
You're good.
there you
I'm
go.
good.
You
Two
got
tours.
You're ready to
So
rock.
you can
Get
conduct the
upstairs.
tours.
I don't think,
No, I'm good.
All right. Okay. So again, if there's additions to this list, get it to me, and I'll pass it on to Mike, and we'll get the list. The idea is to set a meeting up, a work session, where, give you guys some time to make some notes and stuff, and then come in and let's talk about, okay, here are the obvious ones that we'd like to attack first, et cetera. All right. Second thing on my agenda was, I talked to all of you about the idea of having a stakeholders meeting. Doc alluded to it. All these boards do things as silos, independent from each other, and so much of what we do needs to be coordinated. In addition, we have the master plan's coming, and whatever the state mandates that we're going to be doing or not doing on that, we should get started now instead of waiting. And so the comp plan, I'm sorry. So my idea is to set up a meeting. Mike and I put a letter together. We're looking to shoot and see if we can get people to do it. We'll come June 12th. Ask for their chairperson or their representative from each board to come. Honestly, no set agenda. I want to just brainstorm ideas, see what we can do, see if there's even an interest. There may not be an interest, but I think it's worth pursuing and trying.
So, two things, or three things. One is this a meeting of the chairs?
The chairs or their representative.
And then, is that a public meeting for the purposes of?
Yeah, that would not be a public meeting.
No.
That'd be a work session.
It's a working meeting, it'd likely be a daytime meeting, here, in this room maybe. And it says, as Mark says, it's intended to be, an open-ended session, where the boards can share their primary interests and start discussing how they can be involved together. That would be, that's the generic part that Mark started with. And then when we were talking about it a little more, we said, hey, don't forget you get the comprehensive plan coming up in a couple of years. This could be like, priming the pump of setting our priorities, our new priorities for the next 10 years. And we're 2 years out, so we got time to kind of ease into this. But to get the boards communicating together, raising questions that could get funneled through the planning board to the staff, to whatever consultant we might have, that could start to give us a little bit of a flavor of what's important and what might need to be the focal areas to be addressed in the new comprehensive plan.
I think framing it in the context of the comp plan is a good thing. I think it actually provides an opportunity to really elevate it on people's screens and gives you some continuity going forward. One rep from each board?
Just one for now. Yeah.
For this meeting.
No, I'm just saying, one rep
Yeah.
from each board, okay.
Yep.
And I won't be here on June 12th, not that I'm going to be representing the planning board, but I won't be here on June 12th when I'm out of town.
Hopefully for enjoyment.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I enjoy everything, Jim.
Rules and procedures, I've been looking at the fact that, we operate loosely under Robert's Rules of Order, but I'd like to tighten that up, put something formal together. I gotta work with Steve, so I don't go left of center.
Why? Because some lawyer may challenge us or something? What about?
There are, I've always wondered, as a third party looking in, you go and you look at the zoning board has a pretty clear set of rules for their engagement. Well, it doesn't seem to me anything that exists for the planning board that at least I've been able to see in all my time that I've been here. Is that true?
No.
It's not true?
No.
There are procedures.
We have rules of procedure.
Outside
I will say that they're a little bit less specific than the ones for the zoning board.
Where can I find that?
We have,
No, but
it's
if I
not,
was
it's
a
not,
member of the public, where could I find it?
it's not online.
No, it's not, okay.
And the idea isn't to make rules so
No, let me
restrictive.
just say one other thing. If there were, as a matter of course, for new board members, it'd be helpful to have.
We'll take. So,
Okay, we'll get it to you. I think everybody else has a copy, but if not, I don't know if you guys have a copy of the rules of procedure. We approved them in December
I didn't know we had.
2022.
I've never seen them.
You were here when they approved them.
so
Why am I the only person who remembers this
In fairness to
discussion?
staff, it was in the middle of COVID and we were in Zoom, so there was a lot of things that might have
slip through
been
the cracks.
willfully or deliberately erased from memories.
So the
I
idea.
appreciate receiving.
Yeah, why don't we circulate those and then we can work off.
And that's the idea, is to get them out to you, but not to set things so, I think one of the things that we do well as a board, and historically this board has done well, is that there's a conversation. But I think we do need to have some guidelines. Not everybody really understands Robert Rules of Order. I happen to sadly know them inside and out. So the idea was to just look at things, see if we can't shape things, just help make us more efficient, or just lay guidelines and stuff like that. So again, nothing complex. Just one more thing from me. I will be out of town as of the 28th. I will not be returning until the 24th of May. We're gone for a month.
I'm going to be here next month.
And you're not here next month.
So for the month of May,
Yes,
If anybody's going to be here.
we have no Mark and no Jerry.
right. Won't be any fun
Nope.
to be had.
Mark and Sherry
without us.
Bill's gone.
Do we need to reschedule?
Doc,
June.
Doc, we can throw a coup while they're gone.
Yeah, you can do it.
All right, Rupert.
So moved.
What are we doing? What are you doing in this case?
Well, I
But
think
there's
we,
three as a quorum though.
yes.
Yeah, so you have three and
And
it
Doc would
have
be
to
the
be
chair.
a 3-0 vote, because it's majority of the.
And I think one of the things we looked at was to try to pack some things into this meeting to make that meeting a little bit lighter, and hopefully we can do that. So, all right, so that was one of the ideas. but I just wanted to remind you, okay?
And we can keep that agenda light maybe, so.
That's what that was the goal.
Yeah.
That was the goal, to try to keep it a little lighter. All right?
Yeah, without us.
So legislative updates, any?
Yeah, Heidi's gonna pass out an outline that was provided to me, and Jill, we were on a Zoom meeting today. I know I've mentioned the APA Rhode Island chapter legislative committee to you before. They've assisted us. We used a lot of their work last year and this year in trying to get our arms around the bills that were winding their way through the process and the ones that eventually got approved. This is this year's list of hot topics. And as you can see, the top half of the agenda, we had this meeting this morning. Top half of the agenda identifies bills that have been passed through the House and are on their way to the Senate for consideration. So you can see the bill on inclusionary zoning, 7948, was passed and sent to the Senate. APA Rhode Island supported that. 7949 sub A is a very lengthy bill that would make technical amendments to the Subdivision Act. Interestingly, that enormous thing that we did last year to update the subdivision regulations had some flaws. Amazing, right? I knew it would. And so Representative Craven actually has sponsored this bill to clean up some of the very poor or vague language that was in there. So kudos to Craven if he's watching. I'm sure he's not. 7950 is about public improvement and maintenance guarantees. This has to do with requirements for surety for subdivisions.
We have 0 people watching, Mike.
So Bob just signed off a minute ago. I'll have to call him up and ask him why he couldn't stay with us after 9:30. Anyway, so some of these are not quite as important, or I won't say important, but quite as impactful as some of the other ones. So the public improvements one has to do with bonding of subdivisions. We'll get through that. The 7977 is very interesting. It's about reestablishing a graduate program or an undergraduate program in planning somewhere in the state. The planning program that Mark and I attended back in the 80s was disbanded in 2006, and we do not have another planning function, a planning school in Rhode Island at all.
Is there a cause and effect there?
What do you mean?
After you and Mark were there, they
well, there was a certain downs. No, I was.
So the interesting thing about this is there was just on the national news about how there is a nationwide shortage of planners and how few programs still exist.
Yeah.
And that communities and states are desperately trying, even the federal government is talking about trying to do something to get this, because believe it or not, the people that are in place the people that are in place are old.
They're what?
They're old.
Oh, no. You gotta replace them. Okay.
And they're leaving.
Bill 7979 has to do with something that's been out there on and off for years. The prospect of enabling, not forcing, thank you, combining planning boards and zoning boards.
They have 2 different functions.
And yet there are states that allow that to happen. They're considering allowing it in Rhode Island, but not making it mandatory.
Zoning, what?
7980, it has to do with manufactured homes, i.e. trailers, being identified and counted in every community in the state where they exist as low-mod income units. Interestingly, the bill would only count them, the draft bill would count them as 1/2 of one unit, which I have objected to. If it's a dwelling unit, it's a dwelling unit, it should be counted as a whole. Where people came in with this 1/2 thing, I don't get.
So my question, Mike, and not to get into this because I don't want to.
I know, I'm just trying to give you a quick
manufactured homes, to me, my understanding in the industry, manufactured homes are different than trailers. So are we talking manufactured homes, or are we talking trailers and mobile homes?
No, manufactured homes are trailers. Manufactured homes have an axle. Prefabricated homes are structures.
So That's what I'm looking for, so I'm thinking prefab, okay.
Yeah. Okay, now the next grouping are likely to be scheduled for next week, as you can see, for House vote. These are all House bills. There's a proposal for moratorium restrictions to, and I believe the draft bill would put a 60-day limit on a moratorium, which is nuts. It takes you more than 60 days to get one in place, right?
Usually 6 months, isn't it?
6 months, 9 months, the one we had back in the early 80s when the town was rewriting the entire ordinance, was 9 months.
9 months.
But I do think 6 months has been kind of a standard in more recent years. So APA, as you can see, opposed that because it doesn't offer enough time to do anything of value. 7978 is interesting. We have electronic permitting in Town Hall right now for building permits, electrical permits, lots of different kinds of permitting. They want us to, this bill if passed would have us doing electronic permitting for planning applications also. So all this paper we have in front of us would disappear. Not a bad idea, but they need to give us lead time. I believe the implementation date on this is supposed to be the end of the calendar year, which nobody could ever pull off. So this one, we don't know what's going to happen to it.
Except South Kingstown. South Kingstown's, they're doing beta tests right now.
Yeah, well, they are.
Yeah.
Thanks to Jay Parker. If Jay Parker weren't there, they wouldn't be doing anything. Because they're not doing anything with half the rest of these regulations. 7982 has to do with wetland setbacks only for, as they relate to septic systems. 7984 is manufactured homes as low mods. Oh, yeah, this is the one I was talking about. This is the one where they could, manufactured homes could be counted as a low mod income unit. The one above is,
Single family.
yeah, that they would be considered as.
You can, no, the one above is you can put a
Go ahead.
trailer on a lot.
On a
and
single
it's
family house lot.
Oh, okay.
Now, like, there's usually a 6 month, say your house burns down or whatever.
Right, you've got a limited time frame.
Limited time frame, but you can actually.
Great.
Settle
So
in.
this one here up above is really much more impactful.
Yeah.
As, you know, having a single family neighborhood and then there's a trailer in the middle of the whole thing, you know. The one down below is where manufactured homes are located, presuming that they're year-round, they're in a park of some sort, a mobile home park, and they could then be counted as low mod income housing at 50%. Crazy. 7985 has to do with potentially creating a statewide GIS program. A well-intended bill. I don't think it's completely well thought out. I happened to run into the guy who runs GIS for statewide planning the other day, and he has his reservations about this too, because the only way to really do it is a big infusion of funds and a quadrupling of his staff. I think it's just him and one other guy at the moment. And then this last one, 7986, has to do with abandoned properties list. This would make either the building official or the town clerk, I'm not sure who's supposed to keep this, completely nuts, because we would have to keep track of all the abandoned properties in town. And we would have to publish a list annually. And what is abandoned? Is it that someone that doesn't live there, 6 months a year? Well, we got tons of that, right? Is it the person isn't paying their taxes? Or is it that it's been neglected? It's not well defined. I'm hoping this one goes away. 7981 is the biggest concern I have in the entire list.
Yeah.
7981 would allow residential development in all commercial districts everywhere as a by right allowance. It would effectively eliminate residential zoning as we know it. And for that effect, it would effectively commercial zoning as we know it. So there's been a very strongly written letter of opposition by APA Rhode Island sent to the sponsor of that bill. And I'm going to be discussing this bill with the town manager and asking him if we should actually seek a resolution opposing it by the town council.
Is the thrust of that bill to get houses built for people to live in? What's the thinking?
I think the thinking is that we should be able to apply inner city regulations to suburbs and rural areas.
Okay.
And in inner cities, you can have housing in the same buildings as commercial,
Sure,
in the same
sure.
buildings as, all different kinds of things. You can have them next door. I mean, inner city is a giant mixed-use development as it is,
Yes,
right?
it is, yeah.
You can't necessarily make that work very well in the suburbs, where you sometimes have a heavy commercial zone, where you've got trucking companies.
Yeah.
Or you've got, a major, commercial, business center, like a place where you might have, not industrial, but commercial, business condominiums, like plumbers and that kind of thing, working out of big condominium, steel buildings. And you have a house right next door to that? So I don't think they've given a lot of thought to the kind of impact it'll have on the commercial zones, or the kind of circumstances that you get when a house gets built next to one of these heavy commercial issues, these properties, and the next thing you know, the town manager or the council members are getting complaints about the noise. That trucking company next door is very noisy. And you move next door to a trucking company. So this is a very poorly thought out bill, and we're hoping that it goes away. Then there are some other bills, multifamily housing. I am forgetting what that bill does. Jill, do you remember that one?
No, I jumped off at that moment
It's-
before.
It's primarily in communities with populations over 20,000 or something
Oh,
like
yes,
that.
yes. It would not affect us for the time being. The definition of a household, we have heard all about this, the definition of a household. It would be changed from allowing the town to put any number on it that has to be at least 3 or more. This has to do with unrelated persons living together. Now we have 3 unrelated, as you know. But this would change it to a minimum of 1 per bedroom, not to exceed 5. They're not saying that, at a maximum of 5. So essentially forcing us into 5 as opposed to 3. There's a lot of pushback on that one. The next one down is a neighborhood character bill. It's like 30 pages long. It's all about how zoning and subdivision and other development regulations should all be working towards cohesion of neighborhoods. And I think the only way I can summarize it is it's a kind of a mother garden apple pie bill. But it doesn't, again, it's more, I think it could be more applicable to inner cities or big communities like Providence, Cranston, Pawtucket, East Providence, whatever. Not sure how well it would translate to the towns. This bill has been out there floating around for 3 years now, and it hasn't gotten out of committee yet. So we don't know what will happen to it. Of course, the ADU bill is the last one on the list, and you can see that there were 2 bills. A House bill, which was the same bill as submitted last year, and that passed the House on March 14th. We did not like that, the APA Rhode Island. There's a Senate bill submitted by Senator Gu from Charlestown, which has more, a little more meat on the bones, so to speak. There's a little more clarity to its intentions, and it provides, it reinforces communities being able to regulate themselves. So we're hoping, the APA Rhode Island is hoping that the House bill is put aside in favor of the Senate bill, and that the Senate bill is brought forward. So I wanted you to all be aware of that. If any of these pass, we're going to have more work, as Rupert said.
Mike, what about the houseboats?
Oh, I forgot to mention the houseboats bill. Jill, do you want to talk about houseboats bill?
I think it was set down for further study. I don't think it got any traction, did it, Rupert?
I don't know.
No, I believe it was set down for further study. That was on second Tuesday in May, so that would have been more May 7th. It was the same night that I brought it forth to my Harbor Management Commission, and I checked the next day.
I've already bought options all over Narrow River.
So would it be helpful for you to have this board recommend the town council endorse or oppose either the House votes or the commercial?
7981?
Yeah.
Yeah, we could put these on your next agenda. Of course, by that point, you don't know how swiftly the assembly moves.
Right.
Things could be done by the time you get a chance to speak on it. But I am going to speak with the manager, regardless of what happens here, and regardless of timing. I'm going to speak with the manager about 7981 and see if he could convince our council president to place it on the agenda. So I have one last thing, unless there's more discussion on this. This is just for Dr. O'Neill's sake. It's the last item on the agenda. Dr. O'Neill had asked about the potential connection of roadways between subdivisions where there's only one point of access and egress. Riverdale is one, Petaquamscot Lake Shores is one. They happen to have right-of-way paper streets abutting one another that were never built. There are also some other neighborhoods. Winterberry Road and Riverdale Drive, Misty River Terrace and Indian Trail, Leanne Drive and Secluded Drive, that's down near me, Northgate and Riverfront. Crest Drive is down in the south end, which is the neighborhood just north of Fisherman's Memorial, and the Fisherman's Memorial Driveway, which would be a little bit of a quirky thing because that's owned by the state. But anyway, these are neighborhoods with one point of access and egress, and Dr. O'Neill raised the concern about it, that if there were ever some sort of emergency at the outlet, the inlet, the drive, and something else was happening in that neighborhood, someone's having a heart attack, that could be a real problem. So what I wanted to do is report to you all that I've spoken with the town engineer, no, the town fire chief, police chief, and DPW director, and they've all said they would not have any objection to those roads being created. So now the next question is when? I've got to work with the DPW director to see if he can come up with cost estimates for each of these locations, and whether or not we put a barway in, because we could get pushback from the neighborhood, that kind of thing. But I want to talk with him about that and see if it can be budgeted in this year's cycle. We're coming to the end of the budget, so we might be a little late on it, but it's actually going to go. The discussion hasn't ended.
Thank you, Michael. My daughter lives on Petaquamscot Road up there, and I was sitting there talking with her one day, and I looked out the window, and the traffic, one road there, if you know the area. I think there are 100 and whatever, 120 or so homes in there, and there's more being built. It's all backed up.
Couldn't figure it out.
We talked for a little while, it was still backed up. They were doing asphalt in the open yard. And I said, I've been here a long time, you know. I said, there's another way out of here, out of this development. Because I remember we talked about that, and we talked about all those different developments having something down close to the far end so the kids could go back and forth, and maybe the male people and everything. Oh no, the people living there, they want that. But we agreed on the need for some access point, because sitting there looking at all those big trees, you nail one of those trees in a storm. That road's closed for hours until they clear that, and whatever else may block the road. So you need skin in the game. So I'm sitting there, if I've got family there, that's what's called skin in the game, right? Saying,
Sure is.
we talked about this, and we deliberately asked, this is town property.
I actually looked up the minutes of the meetings and stuff, so it was there.
In any case, now, many people, just like the one presentation here, think they own it, right? They, you know, that gradually they mow it, you know. Or like in these situations, I think in the Petaquamsket to Riverdale, I think there's an obstruction somebody put in. So you can't even get from point A to point B right now, even if we wanted to. So in any case, why, I'm happy that they're looking into it and they should somehow reestablish it. I don't want to offend people. I mean, you know, we all live here, but there's a purpose for this. And why do we have to have a catastrophe to say, why didn't, you know, that kind of thing? Why is that necessary? They say, watching all this all backed up down the road, they can't get out of here. Nobody can get in here.
Well, it was
My
a good thing
world, minutes make a difference.
It's because on any given day, there's another catastrophe going on someplace. That's what's usually good for nature.
Well, we know Category 3 is coming here someday.
Okay.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, Dr. Anybody else have anything? No. So, this is my favorite part of Robert's Rules of Order. This is non-debatable. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Yes.
Do I have a seconded?
Yes.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
You want to debate?
Unanimous. There is no debate.